Everyone to the Nerd Nook. I'm your host Evan Teague with my colleagues and my friend from a galaxy far, far away, Noah Bailey. And today we will finally be doing our top 10 Star Wars movies. Now, because A, he hasn't seen Solo, and B,
It's not worth it.
it's not worth it. we 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 decided to rank them based on just the 9 episodes and Rogue One. Also, another very important aspect of this is that we based these rankings on our enjoyment of the movies, not necessarily their quality, but how we feel personally about them. That's very important distinction for especially on my list. I don't know about his, but on my list specifically, there's someone here that are way lower than they should be, or higher than they should be, etc. Like,
Yeah. It'll be interesting to tell like our differences and like what we enjoy like versus everything. Because like for me, my liking something and how much I enjoy it are like very coinciding. And for you, like that, like I know you have that like so bad it's good thing. I don't have that.
okay.
Yeah, so it's like so there will be some differences. That was interesting to see. Like I want to hear like your reasons. Like oh, but no, this is good. And I'm gonna be like, oh, that's trash. Like who
Also,
knows?
keep in
It'll be
mind that we're both in our early 20s. So we grew up with the prequels. We might
This is
probably,
true.
saw the originals when we were younger too, but the prequels like are quote unquote our Star Wars movies. So
Yeah.
that for me personally, that might be biasing them a little bit, but we'll get into that.
But
Okay. So, you want to start us off with your number 10?
oh man. Yeah, I can do that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so my number 10 is actually the newest Star Wars movie,
Yeah.
The Rise of
Yes.
Skywalker.
Same.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought so. Again, and you know what? If you get haters or whatever, you know what? It is what it is. My thing is, I don't know if the bad taste in my mouth from like just seeing it a few months ago or just I didn't like it. But dude, I can't. Man. I can't. Granted, I've still only seen it the one time. I didn't not seen it again.
That's fair.
But I don't I don't like anything about this movie really. I really thought about it because I was like, okay, if I'm gonna make it my worst, I have to give a re. I have to
Mm,
start with like things I like, and I was sitting there like drawing a blank heart because like there are some things I like. I like the Force lightning scene kind of, but then I like it less when I realize, oh, Chewbacca wasn't in there.
oh,
Why?
that scene.
Because
Yeah, yeah, that
Chewbacca's
one.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Well,
I'm like,
it
but
didn't
I
have any,
I
and
feel like
it wasn't brought up later. She never used it again, so it didn't end up mattering.
yeah, and also it's like, oh, it's foreshadowing you're evil. I'm like, I feel like that's not that's dumb. You don't have, that doesn't mean you're evil. You don't inherit
Yeah.
the like it doesn't work like it. Doesn't no like you don't inherit evilness like that. Like I don't
Mm,
think that doesn't make any sense to me. But I don't know. And it's just like there's nothing about like, and feel free to chime in. This is also at your bottom because
mm,
like,
mm.
we'll just keep up. But like, I just nothing about it. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. The main antagonist makes no sense. It's just
Yep.
kind of lazy writing, in my opinion.
Very
None of
lazy
the
writing.
moments, right?
Like
None of the
essentially,
moments you
one
learn.
like essentially they turned Emperor Palpatine into a final video game end boss. That's all he is. They turned this very like complex character that like his character in the original trilogy was more than just the big baddie. He was like an obstacle for for Vader to overcome and eventually turn back to the good side. How it could have been literally anybody in that spot, just at like who was controlling Vader, and Vader had to overthrow him. That's it. Doesn't matter who it was, but it happened to be him. And like because they didn't realize that his that Palpatine was really just like the end goal for Vader's story. Abrams was like, well, he's the only bad guy we can call upon now, even though there are plenty other bad guys. in this trilogy already established that you could have gone more into, but whatever. Because they kind of forgot that they just threw him in there as just like another just generic end boss that they needed to overcome just because, and it was so boring and badly done. Like if it was done decently, I wouldn't be as mad, but because it was just the worst climax of any Star Wars movie, period, which is saying something.
Like a lot. A lot.
Like they didn't. You had the opportunity to have your main character Rey and the main, kind of like a parallel to Vader taking him down. Uh, Kylo Ren, now Ben teaming up to take him out, but then you just force pick him up like it's nothing, and then yeet Kylo Ren out of the
movie. Force yeet, as the kids are calling it.
Yeah.
Right?
Like, and I love Palpatine. He is my brother's favorite character, and he's probably my top 3. Just for how hammy and just how like creepy and just weird he is, especially like in Episode 6. Like people kind of seem to forget just how weird he is, even in Episode 6. But then for him to just be a super generic, monologue-y, booming voiced, creepy person that's like that just he doesn't even really get a ceremonious death, or he doesn't even really do anything cool. It's just lightning, that's it. You only lightnings. You don't even do anything interesting with them. It's just
And then that super like force OP, he just force lightnings the entire like resistance fleet. I'm like, okay, I call hacks. Like they're like, oh
like
gosh.
There are a couple of minor things I kind of like. I kind of liked the Luke and Leia training flashback we got.
Mm-hmm.
I wish it was more expanded on. I wish it actually mattered, but it didn't. Whatever. I liked C-3PO's character a lot. Even him not having his memories was still like kind of. It was still interesting and like actually kind of funny. Although it ended up not mattering. That seems to be the main theme of this movie. Stuff happens, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yes.
I liked Lando, but he didn't really do much.
No.
I hated the fact that even though Luke in Episode 8, hit symbolically rallied the rest should have symbolically rallied the rest of the galaxy around them, they just completely forgot about that, and they turned to Han as like, Luke started this new rebellion. You need to go finish it. I'm like, but that's why does Han need to go? Not Han. Sorry. Why does Lando need to go do that now? If Luke had already done that in the last, like, why is it? What does he just need to go remind them that Luke reminded them to have? Like, it's
a mess.
Yeah. And then the Han scene, since I accidentally brought it up again, that's a cool moment. It didn't make sense how they got there. Did Leia like talk to Ben through the saber that he was stabbed with, and like her spirit leaving her body like put that Han memory into him? But like, I guess, but that doesn't really work.
No. And like no explanation. Like this just happens. And I know the Force and all that, but like you can't just you can't just assume stuff happens for no. Like you know what I'm saying? Like none of these moments feel earned. They don't really matter, or they don't really make sense, or both.
Yeah, and almost every single obstacle in this movie, if the main characters had just thought about it for a couple of minutes, they would have been like, "Oh, we can just do this." Like in the climax, when the Republic, when the Resistance fleet comes in, Poe is like, "We need to stall them as long as possible so Poe can take out the main unit." Literally, in even like the first day, like the first time watching it, I was thinking, I'm pretty sure that if all of these Star Destroyers have Death Star lasers on them, those Death Star lasers need to draw a lot of power from something. So I feel like if you shot just like with the regular Death Star, if you shot at the right spot at the bottom of these Star Destroyers, you probably blow them up. And then after the giant fleet comes in, Poe's like, we need to hit those lasers, and Wedge is like, okay, and then did it. Like, why didn't you just do that in the first place?
Because we didn't have an all everyone coming back scene that was totally not earned or cared about.
You could have done it where like it took 10 ships dying just to take out one of these things. That could have still brought you a sense of hopelessness and not like them just not knowing what to do. Essentially, they rushed in there without a plan and were just kind of hoping Ray would save them, which she did. But like, that's just it was written so badly.
It's not a. Yeah, I'm like, it's like you look at like Return of the Jedi. It's like, yeah, Luke's going after the Empire Invader, but like they're still doing something. They're not just, we got this, guys. What's the plan? I don't know yet. Like that's like.
Yeah.
And again, I know like when situations are dire, that's one thing, but I kind of feel like if you're gonna run it head first into hostile territory, you should at least have an idea of what to do.
Like they knew going in that there were thousands of Star Destroyers waiting for them. And they were just like, we need to take them out somehow. And like, you really didn't. And also, like, the fact that they mentioned the Holdo maneuver, which, like, that probably would have worked. But they just were like, no, they did in The Last Jedi, so we can't do that again. But that movie, at least. there was good stuff in that movie you should have pulled from.
No. Or, at least acknowledges it. Like, this movie does so hard to just completely distance itself from the last movie, which I guess I get that because of fan backlash, but my thing is like these movies are connected whether you like it or not. Like, I saw someone on Twitter put it, they were like, the sequel trilogy is basically when when you get a group project with 3 people, but the group doesn't come together before they all present, and then everything's just out of order and makes no sense.
Exactly.
And it's kind of true because you look at this and you're like, okay, there's the start. I guess that's the middle, but the end kind of doesn't really go with the middle. It kind of goes there. So I don't know if this one wants to go there, but it's kind of just like, oh, okay, we did it. Good job. And you kind of just clap and then they get off and you're like, all right, I'll give them like a 3.
But like, we'll get to Force Awakens later, but Force Awakens already felt like a very paint-by-number Star Wars movie. It's like it was fine. It was first time in like 10 years we had a Star Wars movie, and this, they made a good Star Wars movie. Whatever, I can reckon with that. I can reason with that. But here it's just another paint by number Star Wars. There was a Resistance fleet on a foresty planet. They went to another sand planet. They went to another snow planet. They had. The giant fleet versus a bunch of Star Destroyers, Palpatine's bag, Death Star arrays. Like,
I feel like the Death Star arrays was so stupid.
It really was, but like,
it was so pointless.
A parent reveal, like there was so much stuff that didn't need to be in this movie, yet they felt they needed to throw in because Star Wars already did it, so we need to keep doing it. Which tell a new story. Tell a new story.
Like, they're just trying to be bigger for no reason. Like, okay, how can we make this one big? Palpatine, bring back, yeah. And then let's get a whole new order. Wait, the first order? No. Another one. Wait, where did it come from? Doesn't matter. We'll make a new one. And they'll be different. And they'll be red this time, because,
how they should have looked in the first place, honestly. Because we've had a problem with the stormtroopers being called stormtroopers anyway, and the First Order just being the Empire just rebranded.
Which, yes, I really hate. Well, my thing is, why even have the First Order if it's going to be the exact... Like, you can't tell me a difference between the First Order and the original Empire other than it's in a different trilogy.
Yeah.
There is no difference. Like, honestly, you could have just said Stormtroopers, they just got a modified, uniforms.
Mm-hmm.
Totally the same thing. No difference. They still can't shoot. Like, it doesn't matter. It's the same thing.
But, and there are definitely certain sequences that I thought were visually interesting or visually entertaining. Like that one scene where Chewie, Poe, and Finn are running down the hallway, like that tracking shot of them killing a bunch of stormtroopers. That was a cool sequence. Yeah, like one of a couple. But like right before that, I've had this epiphany a couple of days ago. Right before that, they were Poe and Finn were about to be executed by all those, by Hux and those stormtroopers before Hux saved them. Like right then, Poe asks Finn, "So what were you gonna tell Rey?" And then for some reason in the movie he says, "Oh, don't worry about it." Like why not? Like don't worry about it. Because obviously he was gonna say "I love you," even though apparently later JJ was like, "No, he was gonna tell her he has force powers." No, that's not what he was gonna say. That's not something you say. That's not something you keep from someone until you're about to die. Whatever. But let's just assume he
Yeah.
was gonna say, "Oh, I think I have force powers." Like they have a little bit of
Why
banter.
would you
Like,
use them then?
yeah, hang on. Like it's like, oh, don't worry about it. Like, come on, just tell me we're about to die anyway. Fine. I'm gonna tell her I think I have force powers. I'll use those force powers now, and then Finn should go. That's not how the force works. Boom, callback. Boom, it's perfect.
That would have been
Like
that would have been good.
you can
That
do
would have
that.
been good.
You're allowed to
That
do
would have
something
been
like that.
That would have been good.
Would have
And you-
actually explained what Finn was talking about. It would have actually had closure. On
Yeah.
that scene that felt points before. It would have been a callback to what Han said to him in Episode 7. Like,
Right. That was a good joke.
yeah,
That was a solid
it would
joke.
have been a good
That
joke.
was one of the best jokes. Yeah, that was one of the best jokes from that movie too. So like, yeah, like that would have been see like that's what I'm saying. Like you're just chilling, coming on the couch, just thinking of stuff like this. I'm like, how is that so hard? Like,
or a scene where they capture Chewbacca, and like who is essentially Ben Solo's uncle, pretty much. They have Chewbacca, and Kylo Ren is on the same ship, and they don't have a scene of them talking to each other. It's in the novel, but that doesn't count because that wasn't in the movie. Like they thought about that after the fact.
yeah, that's the thing. That's what it is. I mean, all these like things that they're like, oh, I didn't explain this in the movie. Oh, that's because I wanted people to read that. No, you just didn't think of it.
You just for some reason didn't think of this obvious character development moment to have Chewie and Kylo Ren talk again. Like,
yeah, it's like all these like off-screen like things.
The last time they
like,
interacted, Chewie shot him in the gut. Like you think he
yeah. Like you could at least be butthurt about that. Like give me something. I don't know.
Like this is legitimately. I've seen this movie twice in theaters. This is legitimately the only Star Wars movie, period, barring maybe Solo, the only Star Wars like saga movie that I do not want to watch again, ever, under any circumstances. I can't even like I can't even be like ironically mad at it. Like I legitimately think if I watched it again, I would have an aneurysm. It is that just
Oh my god.
because every single scene of this movie has something wrong with it. All of them, even the ones I kind of like, are like, like I like that, but like there's always a but every single time.
There is a but, and that's what I hate. Like even the things I want to like, I can't fully like it. It's like getting a gift, but it's like, hey, we're short on we're short on money, but I bought you a new phone, and you're like, yeah, but don't we have to pay rent this month? It's okay, enjoy your phone. It's like I mean I like it, but I can't really enjoy it because I feel like that's not what needs to like. It's I know that's a weird analogy, but
I get what you're trying to say, yeah. But even simple things like calling the holocron a wayfinder when it's clearly a holocron, like they just called it a different thing for no reason, even though in Star Wars canon it is called this other thing. Why?
It's like or like I don't know, like this whole thing was just or like like the whole time they're trying to find this secret planet and all. I'm like I feel like that whole thing was just kind of pointless.
If Rey and Kylo had just talked for 5 seconds on the sand planet, or even through their force connection,
through force space-time,
he could have told her in the first 20 minutes, and then been like, "Oh yeah, you're a Palpatine. Come help me stop him." And she's like, "Oh okay." 20-minute movie right there.
I don't know.
Could have skipped all those MacGuffins. Just
20-minute adventure in and out, like literally. But I don't know. It's just so many things that like I don't understand. Or the movie wants to be excited about, and I'm just sitting here like, no, and I don't know. I feel yeah, and it's just like I don't get it. And like a lot of people are still like really heavily favor this movie, and I don't get that either.
I've never actually seen someone give a legitimate reason why they like it. I've seen people say they like it and then argue with people that like they literally the one guy I follow on Twitter. I only follow him because I hate follow him because I have a couple of people like that. Like he every like once a week he posts a thing where it's like I don't understand why people hate this movie, and then I go to the comments is like I feel one of the comments is like because everything the Last Jedi set up this movie completely disregarded. He even disregarded everything the Force Awakens set up, and for every like and other things like that or like other just like nitpicks or even like major flaws with the movie. His only response ever is, "I disagree." You did you you need more than that. You can't just say, "Oh, I disagree with that major plot hole, plot device, MacGuffin,
Like
random thing that didn't need to happen, thing that was brought up in the previous two movies but wasn't brought up here, new thing that doesn't make sense." You're like, you can't just say, "I disagree" when it's factually wrong.
or like not even like just say nah I don't agree, like give a rebuttal or like your reasoning for
I
not
don't agree.
agreeing
I
or
feel
what you
like
think.
this actually built on Last Jedi.
Yeah,
Like you can expand on it, but he never does.
because and I know they're going to be like, oh well, he's not going to get in a comic battle with every single person, which I understand that, but
But
I feel
that
like there
original
should be
tweet
like
was asking for this. That original tweet was asking for other opinions. I don't understand why this is happening. You have to expect people to comment the opposition and then kind of have a little rebuttal with them. That's fine.
yeah
It doesn't
or
have to get
yeah like
toxic.
right and like I don't know, I'm just like I don't know. Maybe I should talk to more people about it, but like, I don't know. My close friends don't like it, which I appreciate because
Mm-hmm.
like I feel like I'm not crazy, and like I
Yeah.
know you don't like it, so that's really
My
good.
roommate doesn't like it.
But
My
it's
brother
like,
hates it.
yeah, yeah, I feel better. Like it's what because like in my family members, like they don't really like they're not into Star Wars as much as me, but like they're also like that didn't make no sense. I'm
Yeah.
like,
Thank
thank
you.
you. That's like
And
the
we're mentioning everything. Like most people hate it because Ben dies, and like yeah, that sucks. But like that's not the only reason the movie is bad. Like
no,
Ben
and
dying
also
is
it's
not the
kind of
main reason the movie sucks.
yeah,
It's
and
a
also
reason, but
since
not
it's
the main
kind of
reason.
right. And my thing is like even with him dying, I'm like, well, it is kind of over anyway, so it's not a humongous like problem for me. But it's just kind of I guess more for me it's more how it happens than why it
It's
happens.
how and the why is also like it didn't need to happen. You easily could have had
Yeah.
a version of the story where either he died heroically or he didn't die. It would have made complete sense.
Like why didn't you force heal that one?
Why did they just keep passing their force, life back to each other periodically and just kind of go from
yeah.
there?
Like, what
And
is
then,
this?
like after Ben died, Leia then finally disappeared. But then Ben didn't show back up with Luke and Leia there at the very end. Like, what's the point? What's the point of them both fading away at the same time if they can't be together in the afterlife? Is it implied that like he now is one with Leia? With sorry, he's now one with Rey since she smiled after he disappeared? It's like that's
That would
I,
be so weird.
yeah.
Hmm.
I just
It's
this
it's
movie
a
really
mess.
does feel like the new Batman v Superman, where like literally every single aspect of it sucks. But at least that movie I kind of like to hate. This one I just hate.
Yeah. I don't I just don't like it. It just and like this is the only yeah, I know I've said before, this is the only Star Wars movie while in the theater while I'm watching it, I'm like, this is terrible.
Mhm.
Like like admittedly, I never saw Solo in theaters, so like, but like I like even like movies, I even Star Wars movies, I would not be my favorite. I'm never like in the movie like this is awful, like
Mhm.
this is terrible, like this make I'm just looking here, I'm like me and my girlfriend were just looking at this, we're like this is bad, right? And she's like, yeah, and I'm just
it
like, okay, it's not just me.
it didn't like fully hit me. I was still kind of riding high on the hype of a new Star Wars movie because I like giving
Right?
things a benefit of the doubt, unless I know it's going to be bad going in. Like I was giving it the
Yeah.
benefit of the doubt the entire time because it's a new Star Wars movie. I love Star Wars, whatever. It didn't really hit me that this movie was trash until she said, "I'm Rey Skywalker," and then I told my brother, "It's like, oh no, oh." Like I literally like was turning each other like it all just washed out at the same time. We literally went to
Yeah.
we ran to the car and screamed like, "What happened? Like, what was that?"
I don't even know. Why did this happen? I don't know.
There are other Star Wars movies I've kind of soured on over the years. Like, even The Last Jedi, like I loved it, but now it's like slightly like a little lower. But even then, I still love it. This movie, I walked out thinking it was like a 4.85. Now it's like a 2.5 at most. At most,
Yeah,
a 2.5. That's only because the acting is great. That's it.
the acting can't save it for me, but I remember I was like, bro, this is like the toilet bowl of Star Wars movies right now. Like, oh,
Also,
just, like,
but me and my roommate were talking about this yesterday. It is really sad that we legitimately tried, like, from memory, we tried to like pick apart every single scene that Finn is in. We were like, we're pretty sure if you remove Finn from the movie, nothing would change. You could have just another character do that, or you could have, or just his, because literally half his dialogue is him just screaming Ray over and over
right,
again.
right.
Or like him in the cockpit. It could have been
Honestly,
Chewie or some other random
yeah.
character, or it could have been Rose, or
I'm
because she wasn't on
honestly
this adventure, so it just could have been someone else.
what I'm doing is I'm imagining the same thing, but if it was C-3PO in all of
Yes.
Finn's moments.
Yeah.
And so far, it has not been like
The
noticeably
only
a
thing
difference.
maybe is him talking to
At
that
the
one
end, kind of.
stormtrooper lady who defected, but even
Yeah,
then, like that didn't go anywhere. And
but that
also, it
was
could have been Rose, and it could have been the similar dynamic. So,
Or
eh.
just she just cut yeah, like it wasn't even that important. And like yeah, it didn't start that whole like Stormtrooper rebellion thing, which was like a two at this point is all a movie behind
Yeah,
with that archetype anyway. So at this point, if it ain't happening now, it
him
ain't
killing,
happening.
what was her name? Crap.
Phasma?
Phasma, yeah, him killing Phasma should have been the start of that, but it just kind of didn't happen or whatever. Saving
Mm.
something for him to do in the next movie, right? Right? No, okay. He did even less. Even though he's done nothing this whole trilogy, he did even less in this movie.
Yeah, I mean, in the last, yeah, he did something. It was pointless, but he did
He did
something.
something, yeah.
This time,
They gave
I
him
mean, there was
something to
nothing.
do. It ended up mattering, but it was something. So,
Oh, I'm so bad.
yeah, and there's
John
so
Boyega, you can tell he's just
yeah,
done.
yeah. Him and Oscar Isaac after the movie came out, they were just like, just f Disney. We don't care anymore.
Like, this is dumb. We're gone. Like, honestly, yeah, which sucks because like they're great actors, but like they're just handed this. They're like, what am I supposed to do with this? Like, Poe went from really likable, and now he's like, I didn't do as much, and like,
Mhm.
I don't know, like the stuff they just focus the story on stuff that no one really cares.
Yeah. I,
About.
like I ever like probably maybe once a week I just kind of think of something that would be cool to happen in the next Star Wars movie. Then I remember, wait, it's over. This is it. We already got the last Star Wars movie, at least like in the saga. And I just kind of forget it exists sometimes, and I kind of realize, oh wait, it already happened. So oh well, forget I thought that. Just, or something, you know.
Yeah, I don't know, like. Yeah, I don't know if it's just I guess mainly just the lack of just any of it making sense, or maybe the lack of anything being explained. Because maybe if they explained stuff more, I'd like it more. But
Maybe.
probably
There's
not.
plenty of stuff that we haven't touched on, like a stupid knife that we're not going to get into right now.
Yeah,
We're not going to get into it. It's fine.
you
No, it's
didn't need
fine.
that at all.
There's
You didn't
just so
need
much
that. You
logistically
went
wrong with
to
when that
like
knife was
three
made. Whatever, it's
planets.
fine.
There was like two planets that didn't even need to be in the
Mm.
movie, if not more. There was like this is a long movie. This is a 2.5 hour. This is a long
But
movie,
it
and
was,
honestly, an
but like,
hour and a half in.
it's 2 hours and 22 minutes. It's actually the shortest of the sequel trilogy, I think.
Oh,
I think Force Awakens is actually longer than it. Yet it somehow
okay.
simultaneously felt like it was 20 minutes too long and 20 minutes too short. Like I don't know how
Yeah,
you achieve that, but
because it was so much time spent on stuff that you didn't care about, but
Mhm.
no time spent on the stuff that you did care about, or explaining the stuff that you were
Mhm.
supposed to care about. So it's
Yep.
just like all this. It's like watching an anime of only filler episodes. Like nothing makes
Yeah.
sense. And nothing gets done, and you're like, "What is this?" And then characters just show up, and you're like, "Wait, how did that happen?" Oh, sorry, you missed the main plot point. We're back to filler. Like what? Like
Okay. Also, not to mention, this is the finale of the entire saga. They didn't even think
yes.
to add. They didn't even think to add any of the prequel planets or ships or characters at all. Okay, sure.
It's okay. They all made their voice reference at the end for some reason, which was kind of like I see what they were trying to do, but it was very poorly executed.
Also, the fact that this movie, they set a 16-hour time limit. Don't have your movie with a stupid time limit. Again, BVS. Apparently, that's just Chris Terrio's calling card, having random time limits on stuff that he just ignores anyway. Like,
Yeah.
you only have half an hour to fight Batman. Like, why? That ruins the tension.
Yeah, like that's what the movie's called. That's what the entire thing is about. That should be the entire movie. I mean, if not, at least like a third or half. Like, come on, man.
And because they set it on a 16-hour time limit, that just kind of makes this movie feel even, again, both longer and too short, because like you kind of get the sense that like, has 16 hours not passed already? Like, are they just jumping to these planets instantaneously? Are all these planets just so happen to like, because they go from it's daytime on the sand planet to nighttime on the ice planet, but like you kind of get the sense that that should be the natural time cycle of how long their adventure's taking anyway. Yet somehow it's been less than 16 hours. So
I don't know.
like, it's been a long time on both of those planets. You think
Yeah.
it was longer than it should have been. Whatever.
I don't know. It's not a win for me. Not a win. But
Like, if you like it, more power to you. I'd really like to know why or how, honestly. But I'm just incapable. Apparently, I'm just incapable of liking this movie, and I can accept that. If I never see it again, I'll be happy.
Oh, that's not your fault. The movie's just not good. Oh,
Okay,
not your
so
fault.
I'm sure we'll talk about it just randomly, 10 years from now.
It'll
We're still
come.
doing this podcast, maybe just another thing about
man.
it. Just,
It comes back. Wait a minute. I gotta talk about Star Wars again. Why didn't they just use the droid?
Exactly. Why is Dio in this movie?
Honestly.
Why is Dio in this movie if he's not gonna do anything? He
No,
doesn't
it's
matter.
No, and it's like, oh, we'll get a race CPO3PO's memory. I'm like, why? What? Don't you want to at least check the other droid for the possibility before I just casually erased my friend's all his memories from almost 100 years at this point? Like, are we just not gonna? And all his youth, like, we're just, that's fine. And also, I can't read that word. Why? Because it's evil. How do you even know that? Like, that isn't.
Who programmed you to not speak that? Like, what?
Anakin didn't even know what the Sith was, so it's not him. Like, how do you even? Like,
The Republic
like,
program used to say that? Like, that doesn't make sense. Like, what?
no, the Republic, no. Like, what? I don't even understand. Like, I don't even understand when that will come up.
Especially since you think reading Sith language would actually be useful in the Galactic Civil War. Just saying.
Right? Casually, or like, and even if it was like, and the thing is, he can read it, but he's not programmed to say it.
Yeah.
Which is like the dumbest like plot writing thing.
Yeah.
Like, what? No, that's dumb.
There was no.
Like, maybe if he didn't recognize it, that'd be one thing.
And they had to go to the ice planet because Poe's friend knew how to read it or something. Like, that would have been. Could have.
Yeah. Like, yeah, oh yeah, I know someone that reads Sith. Wait,
Yeah, there are
really?
ways around
That-
it,
that-
but they just went for the laziest writing on every single possible
Yeah,
point.
every plot device is just like, oh no, let's make this worse. Like, oh my god.
Yeah. But anyway.
It's fine. It's fine.
Let's move on.
Oh,
We'll probably talk about it more throughout the course of this ranking, but we'll try
We
to
really
keep that to a
could.
minimum. It's fine.
we should. Okay.
What's your
I don't
next
even
one?
know. Okay, we're only on the first one.
Half an hour. That's about right. Yeah.
Dude, the rant is. We should have just had a rant episode. Did we?
It is. It's called our Star Wars Star Wars Rise of Skywalker review.
Oh yeah.
That was like 2.5 hours of us just ranting about how that movie is.
Apparently that wasn't enough. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Never mind.
Anyway, we'll forget that for a second. Okay, so next I have Attack of the Clones.
Okay.
I saw this one recently,
Mm.
like I think 4 days ago, and there are some things I do like about it. I like the end; it has action, but first of all, Anakin is the creepiest dude ever in
I
this
do not like him
movie.
at all in The Force Awakens. Sorry,
No,
in Attack of the Clones. He is so like
he's a terrible person.
yeah. He's
Like
so
it's
annoying, so whiny, so like one
entitled,
note
very
entitled,
creepy.
yeah.
Like, yeah, I like it's bad now because I have met people in real life that
Like that.
remind me of this
Yep.
character, and everyone hates them.
Uh,
Everyone. I know people, and I can just mention their do you remember what's his name? And they're like, oh, can you tell me? Like,
yep.
like
Yep.
literally, it's like, and it's the same characters, and like it's such a bad, and like, and I don't know, but like how creepy he is with Padme, and he's just
Mm-hmm.
like not even just like what he says, but like he's staring at, her, he's very creepy. His body language is
But
very, like
this
this
is
guy
not
is
his
serial
fault though.
killer.
Like I'm not trying to like
It's not.
I'm
I
not
know.
so I don't mean to like come off this way like this is the case for every scenario, but in this specific scenario, Padme was leading him on with some of the dresses she was wearing, even though she knew this wasn't supposed to happen. Like I don't mean to say that women like it's your fault if like in this specific scenario,
Oh no.
it is her
Oh
fault.
no. This is okay. Now, yeah, Star
In
Wars
the
is
scene where
notorious for
she
having.
is saying, "I'm a senator and you're a Jedi," we can't. She's wearing a shirt that comes down to here. Like you can't do
Yeah,
that. You know he's in love with you. You
yeah,
can't do that.
yeah. I mean, Star Wars is not like is notorious for like various outfits. I'm looking at you, Slave Leia. But I
Yeah.
mean, like, you know what I'm saying?
Mm,
Like, I get it, but like, I don't know. It's just like that. But even before that, even like when they're just at her like house or apartment or
mm,
whatever on Coruscant, like he literally just walks in like, oh, I'm a Jedi, I can do this. And he defies Obi-Wan constantly, and
mm.
like, and I get it, he's like rebellious or whatever, but like, it's not even like he like. It's one thing when you're like cocky, but you back it up. But
Yeah.
he's not even cocky. He's just disrespectful and kind of a jerk. And
Mm-hmm.
just no, you don't. There's no reason to like. There's nothing really to like about him, which I hate because Anakin's like my favorite character
In the
when
Clone
done
Wars.
well.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Clone Wars
Yes.
almost make this movie tolerable, on like an actual
Yeah.
like movie level, almost.
Yes.
But like the something me and my brother watched episode 1 and 2 over winter break last year, and we kind of realized something. Essentially, the reason Anakin is the way he is because Qui-Gon was such a trash master. Like essentially, like everything that Qui-Gon taught Obi-Wan in that movie translated almost perfectly to how Obi-Wan taught Anakin in Attack the Clones. Like Obi-Wan was super impulsive and like, he talked back sometimes, he was kind of sassy. So Anakin was, that plus some, like the fact that like, trust in the force always, like, only look at the now, don't look in the future, don't think about the past, when like for him specifically that could have been very helpful for him to like try to get over the stuff. Like this lightsaber is your life, take care of it, but like there like being a Jedi is more than just having a lightsaber. Like all of that is Qui-Gon's fault. So yeah, that was just something kind of interesting seeing both the movies at the same
I
time,
never thought
realizing
about that.
Obi-Wan kind of more or less his character in episode 1 kind of evolved into Anakin and then some in episode 2.
Yeah, when you say it like that, now I think about it more. Yeah, that was such a weird. Oh, and like I'm trying to think what else. So like this movie starts out, Padme arrives on. I'm not even gonna say spoilers because but I mean like Padme shows up on Coruscant, a ship blows up, assassination in town, and all that stuff. I'm like, okay, that's interesting. But then I like how there's no like urgency to
Nope.
leave the place where you just try to get like they're just kind of chilling. Like, oh no,
They spend another night there? What?
well, not even that, but like not even like on the plane, but literally on the like landing pad. The ship literally just blew up, and then they're just chill. I'm like, don't you think the person that blew up might still be around or
Yeah.
like looking to see if it worked? Like, they're just chilling. She's like, oh, and I get they like mourn the dead or whatever, the sacrifice. But like,
Mhm.
you could have easily got sniped like
Easily, yeah.
in 5 seconds, and
But
like movie over. Like,
why did Jango Fett, who was hired by Dooku to kill Padme, hire another assassin to kill Padme? Like, why would you? What
yes,
business? Like,
yes,
what assassin would do
yes.
that?
That makes no like. Why is the main like assassin the middleman? I don't understand.
Yeah.
And then also the person's a changeling, but only changes like once after they die.
That's her regular form. Like,
Right, but
there
like,
you
why
easily,
not
it's
use
so
that
cliche, but
more?
you easily could have had the scene of them going into the club and Anakin turning around and seeing Obi-Wan being, I didn't see her, she must have left, so they're about to leave. Then the actual Obi-Wan shows up and is like, Anakin, what are you doing? And then like, which one is the real one? Like, it's so cliche, but
And
like,
then
it was right
yeah,
there.
yeah,
At least it's something.
right. Yeah, or it could have been the Death Sticks guy or
Yeah.
something. Like, I thought I told you to go home and rethink your life. Well, I've been rethinking a lot of things lately, guys and shit. Like anything like that, or
Yeah.
like like there's so much potential you can use with that. Like that's such a it's a trope, but it's a good one, and it just didn't happen there, and it's
Mhm.
just kind of yeah. And then there's like really boring, like I want speeder chase, not car chase thing,
Yeah.
and I'm
The
just kind
worst,
of
and this is again I'm saying something. It is the worst opening of a Star Wars. Like, Star Wars is known for their fantastic openings, which are sometimes better than
oh
their
yeah,
climax, which are also really good. Like,
yes.
if we're comparing this to the Battle of Hoth, the invasion of the Tantive 4, yeah, Tantive 5, whichever Leia's ship is, even like the Jabba's boat thing, like, or even
Battle of the
like the
Heroes.
little like the little spat at the beginning of episode 1. Like, it wasn't great, but at least it was like a little bit of something to get the action going.
Something, yeah.
Like, yeah,
More
this
than
movie
just
started with a ship exploding, but that's just one thing. It's not, and then the chasing, like, essentially there was nothing Star Warsy about that chasing. They did outside of having a lightsaber.
hmm
Like, you could have been watching Blade Runner, and it would have been the same thing.
yeah, and it's just like stuff like that, and like this movie's going along, and I realize we haven't had any like there's like one scene that the lightsaber is used to cut up those like poison snakes or whatever, and up until like an hour 30 in, there's like no lightsaber
They
usage.
Yeah, he cuts the little in the centipede things. Obi-Wan
Yeah.
cuts off her arm in the club, and then I think probably an hour goes by before he very awkwardly fights Django.
Yes, and really should not have got his butt beat as
No,
bad as he did. Like, like I get it's raining, maybe you could use that, but still, that's kind of
he
dumb. Like,
shoots a rocket at you that you could easily just note back at him with the Force. Like, why not
yeah,
just do that?
or just move. Like,
Force
I
jumped out of the
mean,
way. Instead, they used
yeah.
the same shot for him, like the explosion, him like falling over
Mhm.
twice, and getting hit with the missile, and then Boba
Oh,
firing at him from the
oh,
turrets.
yeah. Or like his hands get tied up so he can't grab his lightsaber because,
But
like, come on, man. Like,
you can
you
still
easily
like
just
push him and like pull him towards you, or like
yeah,
enhance your strength with the Force, because that can happen.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah. And also, very obviously, Django's the bad guy, like the whole time. He waits till after talking to the council before even going after him. Like, he could have
yeah.
very easily have been gone. Like, bro, what are you
Hmm.
doing? Like, it's like, you could have briefed him on the way or something.
Hmm.
Like,
And
oh, yeah, I'm probably going to do sometime.
I love so much the fact that Count Dooku, he was mentioned once earlier in the movie, and then he just walks into the movie and he's your villain for the next hour. It's like, you can't
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
you
And
can't
there's
just
no
have your
backstory on Count Dooku at this point. There's none. You have
he used
no
to be a
idea who Count
Jedi.
Dooku is.
That's all you know. He used to
Yeah.
be a Jedi.
That's
He's
all
maybe
you
evil
get.
now.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's
He
like
just walks
he's
in.
mentioned in the opening crawl, and then and I love the scene where it's like she's like, I think it's Count Dooku trying to kill him. It's like Count Dooku used to be a Jedi. He couldn't assassinate anyone. I'm like,
Oh, come on! People change in 10 years. It happens.
that's what I was like. First of all, it's not like he was just a Jedi yesterday. It's been a long time. And secondly, like dude, like that is the most like
arrogant, just wrong thing ever.
right, arrogant, just oblivious, ignorant. Like that's so dumb. You know, it's like that's like saying he used to be a police officer. He could never break the law. Like I know current police officers that break the law.
Yeah.
Like I don't, like come on, man. Like don't tell me that this is impossible. That is very much, like come on, dude. Like that's so dumb. And like, and that trope continues up until the Jedi are gone. But that's the dumb thing.
Every single person like at that table after he walks in, I just every single thing they say, all of them is just so iconic. Just the banking clan will sign your treaty. Like this is the first we've heard of what the banking clan is, and it's like they're evil now.
And like turn his knob or whatever because why?
You're the techno union. You can't even, your boss can't even can't even function right. Like what is this?
Like the techno union on budget cuts, or like how are things going with you guys right now?
Are you sure you have the Trade Federation? Like I know this is the problem with the first movie, but like this movie makes it even more confusing.
Like I don't know. They're like space. I don't even know. Like I don't even know the word for it.
It says they're evil, but like, what do they do? What do they sell? What do they trade? Do they trade droids? If they don't trade droids, why do they have a army of droids?
I think they like trade droid and like I guess ships. I don't know. Like I always think they have like blockade, but like
that reminds me.
Yes, that's
in episode 2, when all the Jedi are surrounded by all the droids, and then like they're about to die, and then just look, and then these ships, these gunships just come out of nowhere. These ships, and the not destroyers, but the what are they called? The transport ships that are like the ones that look like destroyers. They just come out of nowhere. They were never seen earlier in the movie. They were not produced on Camino. They
were not explained.
Padme was on Coruscant to scout the formation of a military, so that these aren't military ships. So where do they come from? You don't need a Republic cruiser if you don't have anything to transport. So like, why? What are you doing?
I mean, maybe they just clone the ships too. I don't know. Like, I mean, and again, it's not explained at all. But like, I don't know. Like,
and then like they fly out. And just all the Jedi and clones fly out of the arena and fly over, and there's just a war happening right outside. Like, where'd all those droids come from? How long have they been out there?
What's happening? And I like how like it sets up like literally a battle in like 5 seconds. I'm like, there was no time to like really just figure like, oh yeah, obviously let's go to this command post. I'm like, when was there a command post? When did this happen? Was someone fighting the war and then we just showed like this was not established at all.
Yeah.
And like, and I don't know. There's so much about that. It's just like I don't even know. And like. Or like when they even get there, it's like, oh yeah, stay with the senator. Well, I'm going to go see that, so you have to come with me. I'm like, like I get you're trying to be rambunctious, but like, this whole movie's been about you not dying, and people have died to save your life. Now you're gonna risk your life? Isn't that kind of insensitive to the people who literally got blown up for you?
Like you can't tell that it's part of the plan to capture Obi-Wan because they know Anakin is looking after you, so he'll want to come after him too. So like, this is all part of the plan to get you killed. Like, although it never explained why she's so important, why her specifically.
Because she's the senator. Because only her, out of the thousands of senators, probably is the only one. Because Natalie Portman. But I mean, I don't know. But like, I just love how the Chancellor just so casual. Like, I love although he's only in this movie for like 2 scenes. I love how it's like, it's like, we must give the Chancellor emergency power. He's like, oh no, I can't possibly. Like, I'm like, oh, come on. Which I actually
don't even, I watched it again recently too. They don't even vote
Just kind of happened.
What's his name? I can't think of his name right now.
Jar Jar.
Jar Jar is like, we should give him superior power, and everyone just clapped. And it's like, fine, I'll take it. Like they didn't even vote; they just clapped. Like if they didn't clap loud enough, he wouldn't get it.
I don't know. I'm not feeling. I love democracy. A meme.
I love democracy.
Oh, such a weird thing. And also, like, while this is all happening, I don't even like. And like this is before the Jedi have been like scoured across the warp and everything. So like, why is only Anakin like guarding the senator at this point? Like he have other Jedi
because they know each other. So I don't know.
But he's a Padawan, granted the chosen one, but again, a really rambunctious Padawan.
I guess the idea is that that type of job is more suited for a Padawan because it's not like a super important mission, or it's not like a super like like well, no, that doesn't really make sense. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's not like we're spread thin. You're only like literally the entire council is
10,000 Jedi
just chilling. Yeah. The entire council is there. Like there is no way. You can't be like, we're busy. We're just reading and meditating together. Like, there's nothing being done. I don't know. It's just like, and again, I know it's because, I mean, obviously it's the movie. That's how it works. But it's just like, I feel like a lot of these things are not super thought out. And also like, another example of those, like, the, like, arrogance of the Jedi. Like, when Obi-Wan's looking for Kamino, and then, like, the librarian, Jacob News, like, oh, well, if it's not in the file, it doesn't exist. I'm like,
really?
So you're that confident in these that like literally if there's no possible mistake.
You're telling me that considering the entire you're telling me that this library, the moment a baby is born, this library instantly knows it. So
or anytime anything changes.
That a baby was just born, and you go to the library and he's like, "Oh, I can't find the files on this child." She'll go to you and say, "Oh, that child must not exist," even though you know for a fact that is your baby that was just born. It's like
I don't even it's just so. I was like, okay, but like you like the bit like it's one thing to not have the files complete because someone obviously deleted it, which I guess was Dooku. Did they explain that?
They didn't explain
Palpatine. Yeah, like that's what I was saying. I was like,
under Palpatine's control. I don't know.
Okay. Well, my thing is, no matter who did it, if it was Sifo-Dyas, it was 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So if no one noticed for 10 years, Jocasta needs to get fired. Second of all, if you're counting neither has been a Jedi in a long time. So it's been, this didn't just happen unless someone hacked the archives, which again maybe Palpatine could have.
I guess in theory.
But that seems kind of far-fetched even for him. Also, it doesn't seem really relevant.
Unless he mind controlled the librarian to do it for him. Maybe. I mean, I'm sure Palpatine can have a way to do it, but at least explain how it did.
That seems like a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, that would explain the arrogance, but I don't know. But yeah, just a lot of things. Also Padme's love for Anakin makes no sense. I'm sorry. You go from in the beginning of this movie, it's like you're always see was that little boy, and stop looking at me all the time. And literally 40 minutes of movie time. So like a day, 2 days max.
Yeah.
Let's get married. What?
And it's not even like he's in his episode 3 getup, so he doesn't have the cool slicked hair and the cool Jedi armor. He's not even that attractive in this film, objectively not that attractive. So what do you see in him?
and he just admitted to you that he just wants to take over the world. He just murdered an entire tribe of people. Granted, they killed his mom, but again, murdered an entire basically just did genocide.
Mm-hmm.
And you're kind of just this seems like the stable guy who could be the father of my children.
Was it was it out of sympathy because he lost his arm? What is this?
That's what I was at first I was like, okay, maybe she loved I love you because we're about to die. Okay, sure. But then after they survive, oh, let's totally get married. Like, what? Bro, like, no. That's not rational behavior at all.
I know.
But Star
Um,
Wars, it's fine.
Speaking of him losing his arm, if you haven't seen any of the Star Wars Galaxy of Adventures shorts that have been coming out, they're like little animations that are just kind of like
Yeah,
reanimate. Yeah, the Dooku versus Yoda animation in that series is actually very good. Like it actually makes that fight interesting.
it looks a lot better
Yeah,
versus just
like it
Christopher
looks
Lee
like
fighting
Yoda's like actually in
CGI.
control the whole time. Dooku's shooting lightning. He's like scurrying around. Like Yoda's doing like a lot of flips and like you can't because Christopher Lee was like 80 something at that time. He can't like be he can't just do flips like that.
Right.
Like in animation, it's much easier to do stuff like that. So
Mhm.
it's just a lot. It's just so much better. It's just a much better representation of that entire sequence,
Yes.
and it just
Because
done poorly.
that fight was, yeah, done poorly. Literally, like I just love how like right off the bat, like I was like visibly happy when right off the bat, Anakin's like, I'm gonna take a nap, and gets like force yeeted so hard. I'm like,
yeah.
you deserve that. That should have happened. Like,
It's so funny how it's so funny to me how in the span of 5 minutes you have the top three worst lightsaber duels in all the movies. Obi-Wan versus Dooku was not that interesting. Anakin versus Dooku was so close up and blurry and flashy, and there was barely any choreography because you can't see what's going on. And then he just, here's my arm, take it. Okay.
Strong with the lightsaber. Yes.
and then Yoda shows up and is like, I'll take like they throw some rocks at each other. They're like, well, clearly our force powers are the same. Like, what? You just threw a couple of rocks at each other. It's like, and then like they fight, but it's just like Yoda just flipping around like on the ground, but it's not like that even that convincing. It's just, I like the three worst lightsaber duels in history right in a row, and it's just hilarious to me.
It's why I just, God, and like. I don't know. Like it's just there's so much like this movie doesn't have a lot of action. When it does finally have some action, it's like kind of interesting. But I don't know if that's actually interesting or just because the movie's mostly boring.
Yeah, like the climax, especially when I was a kid, the Jedi versus the droids, and then the giant
Mm-hmm.
droid clone army fight. It was really interesting to me as a kid, but now watching it, I'm just like looking at this and like none of this is real. Literally, 100% of what I'm seeing right now is CG. Like that scene where Yoda is on that gunship and like he's flying over what's clearly a green screen. Even the gunship and Yoda are also
Mm-hmm.
CG. So like, what am I looking at right now?
All the phones are CG. Yeah, yeah.
Like
About
it
half
looks
the
kind
Jedi
of cool, but I can't believe any of it. It just looks weird. I know it was made in 2002, so you
Yeah.
can't crap on the visuals too much, but like it was too much for me personally.
Just knowing what you know now, it's just like yeah, because like every clone and like all the it's just like bro. And then Django kind of dies in kind of a dumb and I
Yeah,
get like yeah, but it's kind of like dumb. Like, I don't know, it's just like he never seemed that impressive,
yeah.
like not to have a whole like army made after him. Oh yeah, because he's the best bounty hunter. I'm like, is
If
he?
he was the best bounty hunter,
Like,
he wouldn't have hired a second bounty hunter to do it for him.
that's just like the thing. He just hires other people to do his work. And
What do
then they
have you taken credit for every single one of these and just so happen to like kill the person you hired first so that you'd get the credit? Like
and the person and literally it's not even the person killed. Literally, he Count Dooku hires Django, who hires another assassin, who has a droid administer the assassination attempt.
yes.
And it's literally like, bro,
Right,
like,
I forgot about
you
that
only-
droid.
yes,
Right.
so like
You're so
literally, at this point, I'm like, are you didn't even give me credit? Like you putting your name on this? I feel like you didn't do much. Like
Once you made
you were
the droid,
middleman.
it's not you.
No, like, literally, you weren't even like it wasn't even direct under. It was like you're like a shell company basically of this assassination.
Okay. So we'll talk about the movie more in a bit because it's a little higher on my
Yeah.
list. So my number 9 is episode 7.
Okay.
So just to put it into perspective real quick. So essentially my number 1 through 8 are very, very close together. Like they're basically interchangeable. Like if I want to watch a Star Wars
Okay.
movie and any of these are on, I'll take any of them. Like I enjoy them all
Yeah.
almost equally, but like there are some like just barely edge out above others, but like essentially they're all very close. Episode 7 is like just a little bit below that. Like maybe like 2 rungs below as far as like enjoyment. It's still really close, but like just slightly below them. And then episode 9 in China, but whatever. um, so originally, when I saw episode 7, I walk out of the theater with the mindset of, I really liked it. It was a very solid Star Wars movie. Essentially, my mindset was, it it's essentially a more exciting episode 4, which is kind of what they were going for. Like,
Yeah.
essentially, beat for beat, it is episode 4, but with like better visuals and more action, which I can appreciate. Again, it had been 10 years since the last Star Wars movie, and people weren't exactly super hot on the prequels. So they just wanted to make a Star Wars movie, which, sure, I get it. But after a little while, I just kind of realized I don't know, that's just kind of not enough for me to really enjoy it at its core. Like, maybe it's just nostalgia speaking for how much I love episode 4, but like, you trying to imitate episode 4 with just a bigger empire somehow, with a bigger Death Star, with another guy in a black mask, with another sand planet, with the bigger Death Star being made around a snow planet. Like, again, paint by number Star Wars is just it kind of grating on me. And like,
Yeah.
you know, Han is cool, but he's always been cool. Leia was cool, but she's always been cool. Like, the new characters are great, but like it just felt like this movie was relying way too much on the original movies, and like I feel like I just rather watch episode 4. I mean, yes, it's not as technically exciting, but at least it's its own thing. At least these characters are like they're not trying to live up to anything, kind of doing it badly. They just exist. Whereas here, Rey is like, hey, this is the new Luke. She even has the same lightsaber. It's like, but why? Why can't you give her own story?
Or just yeah, and like that whole paint by numbers thing. You like it's really like it was less annoying at the time, but in hindsight, it's a lot more annoying.
Yeah.
Because when you look at it now, it's like, okay, what did this add to the story? This added a couple new characters. That's about it.
Yeah.
Everything else is pretty much the
just,
same. Like,
yeah, it just really makes it feel like what they accomplished in episode 6 didn't matter because the Empire is still kind of here, and like they still look the same, and it's not the same, but they still look the same. So they're the same.
It's the same thing. It is they look the same. They do the same thing. They're about as competent. Like, yeah, they have a few new weapons, but like they're the same.
Why does the Resistance exist when the New Republic is well established and the final the New Order? No, what's it called?
First Order.
First Order, yeah. The First Order hasn't taken over yet. Like, it would have been something if at the very beginning of the movie, Starkiller Base destroyed the Republic, and then you went from there. But no, the Republic was in charge for a good half hour of this movie, yet the Resistance was still necessary. Like, why couldn't the New Republic just squash them immediately? Like, that just they didn't explain that at all. The opening crawl kind of tried to, but it was, oh yeah, they're here. Yeah, Star Wars stuff.
Yeah,
just go.
It's just kind of happening.
Yeah.
It's just like, but why? Because.
Yeah.
But okay, but like why? And like I guess my thing is like. Again, I know they don't want to give away too much because they had 2 other movies to work with, but it kind of feels like they're trying to like the characters that are like I don't know, it's just like they're not doing a lot of interesting stuff. You know, because I think maybe it's probably because we've seen exactly before. We already you could have like you knew how the movie was gonna go probably
Mm,
right off the bat. And I think just for me, like doing the same thing again is almost kind of just
yeah. The guy on the sand planet, or sorry, like the person who lives on the sand
the
planet
person.
has a droid who has the message. Who's That's really important. They need to get to the rebellion, and along the way they find a pilot and a third one to kind of go with them, and like it's just the same movie. I don't know. Like they're not even trying. Like if you literally explained the plot of Force Awakens, you're also explaining the exact plot of Episode 4, and
Yes,
it's just lazy.
yes. If you don't use names, you can't tell which is
Yeah.
which. Really,
Of
the
course, we're
only name
exaggerating
just
a little bit, but like the skeleton of the story is the same.
yeah. And I mean, there are some things I do like I like Poe and Finn's initial like meeting and
Oh yeah.
relationship and everything. I think it's really, I think it's one of the strongest points of the movie.
Mm.
But I also think that Ray as a character is kind of just at least starting out as bland. She starts to
She starts as
shape a
bland. She gets
little
better in
more.
Last Jedi, and then becomes a completely different character in
Yes,
Rise.
yes. Which is kind of weird and like makes no sense. And
Like
like,
my
yeah, it's
biggest issue with Rey in this movie specifically is the fact that she somehow beat Kylo Ren. Until I did not have a problem with that until Episode 9 came out. I was always under the impression like the Force kind of guided her. This is just how the Force wanted this to go. Sure, I can accept that the Force works in mysterious ways or whatever. I don't care. Like,
mhm.
she breathed in. She used the Force. It shouldn't work that way, but it did. Like, just kind of accept it. That's just kind of how Star Wars is. But in Episode 9, she loses to Kylo Ren. Is it because she was feeding into her anger, so she was fighting worse? So like you beat him in Episode 7. Now with more training,
Which
you lose. Yeah, that just sets up a weird dynamic for these characters going forward. Like you can't start like if Luke had faced Vader in Episode 4 and like not got his butt whooped, why even bother having another movie after that? Like you already kind of like if yeah, like there's the relationship, the dynamic between them just isn't as strong. Like you could have easily had it end in a draw. Like their lightsabers are clashing. Like she uses the force, she fights a little better. They kind of on even ground, and then like it kind of they both just kind of send their exhausted for a second, not to go in for another hit, and then like the planet was blowing up, and like the ground like breaks in between them, and they split apart. Like battle over. It's ambiguous who would have won. That
Mhm.
at least kind of as a jumping off point of like, Rey is very talented. She could potentially beat Kylo Ren, but we'll see that conclusion later. But instead, she won. So like now you're thinking, what's the problem? Like she's gonna get even more training, so there's gonna be no conflict.
Right? Or like you're expecting, okay, well maybe after losing Kylo Ren, like because my understanding at the beginning, I was like, okay, well Kylo Ren was a little wounded and then he just fought someone else, got
Right.
shot, all this stuff. So yeah, so I was like, okay, after this, he's gonna go back to the drawing board, train like crazy, and
Mm-hmm.
then whoop some serious butt in the next movie, which is kind of how I saw that going. Didn't happen that
Not
way,
really, yeah.
but I was expecting that, and it was kind of like, okay, but so like at the time I thought it was fine, but now seeing it as a whole, I feel kind of I don't know. It just kind of like I like Adam Driver's portrayal of the
Oh
character,
yeah.
but I think the character's like what's the word? Like not power, like I guess abilities, powers,
Mm-hmm.
like how good he is kind of not shouldn't be good enough to be in the position he's in.
Yeah.
You know,
Like I
like
don't
I
even
feel like it's a
yeah, I don't even
yeah.
care that Luke didn't show up in Episode 7. That's fine. But to have Ray already be so much for like again, I didn't think of her as the Mary Sue type character until Episode 9 came out, and then kind of reflecting on the entire trilogy, I'm like, yeah, she really was in Episode 7. Like in the context of it all, like yeah, she had no reason to win that fight. Just
Yeah. First time you hold a lightsaber and
Yeah,
you beat a Sith Lord, supposedly. Like,
yeah,
I
and
feel like this is more about Kylo, honestly, but
honestly, yeah, yeah, he was shot, but at the same time, Sith gain more power when they're wounded, so he
kind
should
of,
have been, or at
yeah.
least that made him angrier, unless he was like so conflicted because he killing his dad wasn't enough. I don't know.
Yeah. The way I see it, if you can stop a bullet with the Force, you should yank the lightsaber out of somebody else's hand, even
Yeah,
if they have the Force too.
yeah. Why did the saber not just go like? Did he just like
like I can
stop pulling it? Like,
like I can see it maybe going for her because he didn't see her or something. But
hmm
I feel like if she had tried to use it, he should have just been like, "Yay," and like taken it back or like
yeah.
turned it off at
It
some
didn't even
point or
like go
something.
over his head. It like went like right in catching distance. He just ducked anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, for reasons. But
Also, like my brother kind of pointed this out. That movie, especially again in the lens, looking at through the lens of Rise of Skywalker, that movie's also kind of an editing mess. Not to the extent that Rise of Skywalker is, but there's a lot of stuff that just kind of like a lot of flashbacks that just kind of pop up out of nowhere. A lot of scenes that don't really seem to lead into each other. A lot of like a lot of things that like if they just polished it a little bit more, it would have been easier to follow. Um, Although there are definitely some shots where with especially when Poe's flying around killing TIE fighters and like that trench run, like it's very shot. It's shot
mhm.
very beautifully. Like it's the there's something that's kept consistent throughout the entire trilogy. Like every single time there's a dogfight, it's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I also like Poe. When Poe was very good, and I like how like he's a very good pilot throughout. I think that's that's one of the reasons I like Poe so much because like not only is he like hey man, I'm one of the best pilots in the galaxy, but then later in the movie it's like, oh yeah, that was pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I've seen that before. And like Last Jedi, doesn't get blown out of the sky by those what are they dreadnoughts? I don't even
Yeah,
know.
Dreadnought.
Like yeah, like dude, like okay, he's got some sauce. Like he knows what's up, but like but like yeah, and I like that because like honestly, I'm not space battle. Depending on the space battle, it's hit or miss for me.
Mm,
So it's like he made me enjoy the space battles a lot more
yeah.
than some other Star Wars movies.
Yeah. Overall, I still like it. I still enjoy it quite a bit. It's just
Mm,
if I were to sit down and watch a Star Wars movie, The Force Awakens would not be on the top of my list, essentially.
yeah.
Okay, number 8.
Okay. So I've got the Phantom Menace because
Mm-hmm.
I like it for some reasons, but I hate it for more stronger reasons. If that makes sense.
Oh, I get it. I get it completely.
Yeah, because like I really like Darth Maul is by far the best thing about this movie. Like that
Mm.
duel of the fates at the end is amazing. Like I'll literally skip the whole movie and just watch that part. I don't
I
even
mean,
care.
yeah, that's what I
But
did.
a lot, yeah.
As a kid, when I
Yeah,
had the DVDs for both episode 1 and 2, I would literally just like watch the opening and then watch. Well, not even for episode 2. I would just skip to the final 20 minutes. But
yeah,
this I would at least maybe watch the opening 10 and then skip to the very end.
yeah. And like it's like I'm watching this movie, and I realize like and I like Liam Neeson as Qui-Gon. I think that's interesting, but I'm realizing kind of just what they're doing is not super interesting, and
Hmm.
like they're oh we gotta go, we were saved by and then Jar Jar shows up and I'm just like, oh, okay, like it's
Yeah.
Jar Jar's a headache, it's understood. I'm not even gonna go
Hmm.
into, we know why we don't like Jar
Yeah.
Jar,
Even
but
though
it's just kind of,
he was definitely a Sith Lord.
oh
Like
absolutely, I would have,
you had to like physically animate him doing those eye rolls and those like mouth movements and things that like clearly indicate he had disdain for the Jedi. Like he there was something more going on there than him just being a bumbling idiot.
yeah, and see, honestly that would have been so cool, or like he didn't have to be a Sith Lord, but like at least like
Something.
somewhat like that would have been, yeah, like that would have been so, like because I feel like his character is pointless if he's not. He's
Mm,
just annoying for
yeah.
no reason. And like I don't know, it's just like I like and that battles and I guess like the battle scene between the Gungans and the droids at the beginning is real, or at the end is really
Mm.
annoying. Like it's just not interesting
Uh,
for me. And then when like Padme and the other Naboo guards or whatever are trying to sneak around. Like, all this is going on while Darth Maul and that was going on. I'm just like, just get back to the good stuff. I don't care
Yeah,
about any of
like
this. Like,
it really does feel like baby's first Star Wars in a lot of ways. Like,
yeah,
yes, people are dying. Yes, Maul does get cut in half, but like the way it's shot, just like kind of the way the Nabooian guards like sneak around is like it really feels like this is Star Wars, but like essentially can't really how would I put this? Essentially like if if you got like a group of 20 10 year olds in an abandoned high school, this is the Star Wars story they would kind of play out. You know? Good guys versus bad guys in a corridor while people
yeah,
like Jedi are fighting and stuff. Like that's just
yeah.
kind of
Pew, pew, pew. And
yeah.
then like people fall over for
Yeah.
like literally like kind of yeah, that's how it would go. And just and like the conflict, if you will, of the movie is kind of just bland. Pretty much all of
Bland. It makes
Tatooine.
no sense at all. Why is the Trade Federation blockading Naboo? Why is this one planet so like? Why is that one planet so important in all of Star Wars? Like, what is the Trade Federation blocking it from? What are they like? Are they blocking all trade to Naboo? Are they blocking just stuff that they trade? Do they when when Viceroy Gunray tells them like literally when the ship comes in is like Gunray, the ambassadors are here, can we board your ship? And he says yes, of course, as you know, with his stupid racist Chinese accent, which I'm gonna try to do here. I'm not being racist. I am mimicking someone who's being racist, so it's fine. As you know, this blockade is completely legal. You have to like this movie is for children. This guy literally said to their face, "Yes, this thing is legal." Like obviously, it's not legal. Like what are you doing? Just play it up. Like as you know, the blockade is completely legal. It's fine. Like we don't believe you. You know what you're doing.
Like if I believed you, I would not be here.
Like we might have believed you, but
now that
you're telling me it is legal, I don't think it's legal.
Yeah, it's like maybe I'll just have a look around since you pointed that out. It's like, and then like it's just.
And then when they specifically said they had a blockade around the entire planet, yet when they come back to Coruscant for the when they come back to Naboo for the climax for no reason, even though like
yes.
the Senate just didn't like believe that there was a blockade around Naboo, even though Padme and Senator Palpatine were there telling them that there was, just because a representative of the Trade Federation is in the Senate. Like, what is the Trade Federation anyway? Like when the Trade Federation's coming back, when they're coming back to Naboo, there's only one ship. There's only one ship orbiting Naboo. Where'd the rest of the blockade go? did they scatter because they knew that the Republic was looking into it now? But like, there's still one droid ship. So like, you think that one droid ship would still be suspicious?
Did they forget one, or
also like when they're going to Tatooine, they say we're running low on, or like we're a hit. We need to get more supplies. It'll be faster if we go to Tatooine. Tatooine's in the Outer Rim. So is it really faster to go to Tatooine than it would be to go from a system that's in the Republic to go to Coruscant than it would be to go to the Outer Rim? Like, that doesn't make sense.
I don't even, because I think, I don't know. Yeah, no, that's not really explained at all.
and then I remember either Qui-Gon or Obi-Wan says, like, Tatooine, it's a remote planet that is far removed from the influence of the Trade Federation. So you're telling me the Trade Federation does this all the time and the Republic does nothing about it?
Yeah. Yes.
What is wrong with these people?
Yes. They think they're doing a great job. So obviously they are. Like it makes no sense. And also like this whole time, I don't know, like I don't like this whole time, everything just like it's like obviously these are bad guys. They've been trying to
Obviously.
kill. They're trying to kill my Jedi. They're trying to kill. They're trying to do all this stuff, but nothing's ever done about it. It's just like, oh, the trade federation. We will discipline this internally. I'm like, that was your idea, but we will. There's no like repercussions for them being bad for
Also,
three
like,
movies in a row.
do they really think that having the Queen of Naboo, who, why do they have a queen and senators? Like, that is it like a UN situation where England has a queen, but they also have representative on?
That's what I was. I was thinking more of like a figurehead thing. I was thinking, but then maybe not because
it's actually in charge. Whatever. So like, do they really think
I don't
that
get
getting the queen to sign a peace treaty with the viceroy would, against her will, would make the blockade illegal? But like, what would that accomplish? Like, yes, you're blockading Naboo, but like, what is that gonna? That's not gonna help them in their goal to free up trade regulations. It's like, what are you doing here?
I don't know. Honestly, it might have just been done. Like Palpatine probably just told him to do it just because somehow, some way. Yeah, just to start crap, or like maybe to somehow boost his. Maybe they just did it to like boost his ratings or whatever. So then it was like, oh, maybe he's second in line for.
Also, actually, yeah, that kind of makes sense. Yeah, like preventing a fight or preventing a situation on Naboo would help him get elected. You're right.
Right.
When Palpatine calls them, or I'm sorry, the Emperor calls them, or Lord Sidious calls them and is like, you need to get you need to get her to sign a treaty, or you need to invade the capital city. And then Viceroy says, "Is that legal? I will make it legal." First of all, you're acting now if something is legal when you have an illegal blockade around. You have to tell people it's legal for them to believe you. What?
When you're a terrorist, I don't know, man. I don't feel like breaking the law. Like now you're
second of like, did you know that he is that he's in the Senate because he said, "I'll make it legal"? Like, implying that he has some kind of position of power over Naboo. So like, does the Viceroy know that he's evil? And that's the case, why does he even have the hood on? Is that like just for us, even though we clearly can tell it's Ian McDiarmid? Like,
I mean, I feel like they didn't. I personally, I feel like they didn't know, just because
the radios.
That too, but that's because like I feel like it's just not. Yeah, no, I mean seriously, but like I feel like that too, and like also it just doesn't seem like maybe they just thought, oh, maybe he just pays people off like he's paying us, like like, and I guess like they're hired help, they're villains, if you will. So like it doesn't really they don't really ask questions. They don't do what they're told.
Also, the only time Maul speaks in that movie, him and Sidious are just on a balcony on Coruscant. Like, did no Jedi see them or sense them or anything? Like, all of the Sith energy is consolidated into one spot next to you, and you don't feel it? What's wrong with you?
Or like in episode 2 when Count Dooku meets Sidious on Coruscant. I'm like, how does no one know it? Like, I realize we don't have the army yet, but there's
that's Dooku's ship. You saw it leaving Geonosis. Did you not have a tracker on it? Did you not notice that a suspicious ship entered airwaves? Like, what?
That's what I'm saying. Not, you can't even be like, oh, it just looks like that is it has a sail. That is the most specific ship ever. You can see that thing from light years away.
Why does it have a sun sail? Like, that's not necessary.
Because it's elegant and like Dooku, like it's bougie. I don't know. It's so stupid. But like, how does no one like? I feel like it's so, especially when they've been communicating over like the whatever Skype thing or whatever it is for like the longest time. It's like, oh no, we didn't meet up in person. Why? Like now, as I'm running away from
you want me to run away from the Republic to the center of the Republic? That
They
seems
could have
dangerous.
literally, they literally could have just been on their way back home from the mission and run into him and been
Yeah.
like, "Well, what do you know? Like, we
There he
found
is.
them. Like,
Shoot him down.
yeah,
You
like."
can't. You're not out of rockets this time. I guarantee you are not out of rockets this time. Shoot him down.
Also, I know they're out of rockets, but okay, but don't you have those like laser cannons on
They
the
have two
side? You
turrets
told
on
me
the side,
those.
two turrets on the very front. By the way, they only shot 8 rockets in the entire movie out of 16, but whatever. They also each individual clone could have peeked out and shot him, or they could have
That's
thrown a
what I'm
saber at
saying.
him, or
Like,
forced or
or
like
you
forced
don't.
his bike out from
That's
under him.
what, you don't have the
Anything.
sense like force. Like you can't even force pocket sand him or something from like a distance or like
Yeah, like throw a rock
anything.
at
Like
him. Like,
anything. Like no, we can't. We're
like
just gonna
pick
wait
up a
it
clone
out.
and throw it at him. Like you have
Yeah.
ammunition.
Also, if they got the whole ship there, how did he just leave? You couldn't have like blocked his escape.
Nope.
Like you didn't have to shoot it out. Just have the ship in the way.
Nope.
Like how is that? And then Yoda gets there too. So like more than one ship at this point is there. Multiple
Yoda shows up.
clones
And,
are
like, did
also
no other
there.
clones come in with him? Did he think that's not necessary?
No other. Like I mean, you know what? Like I'm not saying get involved in the fight because again, like Sith Lord, I get it, but like you could have at least like been there, maybe like guarded the ship, or at least like like something. Like
Yeah.
they're just waiting in the car, like
Or
oh,
let's like
what
pick
else
up
is
Anakin and
this?
Obi-Wan off the ground. Like
Yes, that's all they really needed to do. Just be there, grab their bodies, drag them to safety, and then Yoda wouldn't have to like wouldn't have
won.
Yes. Like, or he just doesn't get away because he gets away so like his way of getting away is so dumb. Like,
Oh my god, just how ridiculous that was.
yes. Like multiple gunships are just parked outside, with their hazard lights on, waiting for Yoda. Like, and I'm just like, guys, like, what are we doing here?
How does Yoda get there before Padme? She was closer.
I don't know.
Anyway, so go back to Maul. I
Anyway,
just adore the fact that Duel of Fates is such a phenomenally just spectacular song. People just ignore the fact that fight is trash. That fight is so good at tricking you into thinking it is good, but it is not.
what? What?
The
Really?
Maul versus Obi-Wan Qui-Gon fight, the blocking
Really?
of it, like people, there are, yes, like it is very flashy. It is very like
It is.
very flashy. It looks visually entertaining, and it is like a kind of cool setting that doesn't really make sense because why are the ray shieldings leading to a weird dumpster or whatever? But they didn't really use the like that. You could have had them like flipping between the different levels and like, but whatever. The fact that several times, like Maul is like fighting Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon's just kind of standing behind him waiting to attack, and then he attacks, and like when he goes, he either aims for a blade or waits long enough for Maul to block it. Several times. Like I know this is something that like it can't be done perfectly, but like at least make it a little more believable. At least like they're like especially after Maul kills Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan is like, "Oh, I'm so mad. I'm gonna kill you. I'm so freaking mad. I'm gonna use all this anger to kill you. Blade, 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 back blade, blade, blade." Like he only attacks the blade. Like there's one time Maul just like stakes out his saber and Obi-Wan attacks that blade that's just out there twice when he could have just headshotted him right there. Blade, like why?
Yeah. That is true. Yeah.
So, like,
I haven't
yes,
noticed that for a lot of.
When you're a kid and you like you're just looking for something visually entertaining, it is great. But when you actually have seen good choreography, especially other Star Wars, like just the visceralness of the original trilogy Star Wars fights compared to this, which look more like a dance, which is fine, I guess. But it's not practical and it wasn't done well. And like there's a lot of waiting around to finally attack. Like there's clearly like cues for like this is when you need to do this so that Maul can block it, and then Obi-Wan will wait for him to block it, and then I'll get knocked out of the way, but I'll spin randomly and get blocked. Like there's a lot of that. And that one part where like they're both dramatically waiting, like Maul like and then one goes wah! Like really like fainting an attack. It didn't work.
That was so weird.
Did he just sneeze? It's like what? It looked like he sneezed.
I never understood that as like I never because I was like what? Like that was so like poorly shot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Also,
Yeah.
I feel like clearly since his blade is so long, and like he can only really attack one of you at a time. If one of you attacks the top blade, the other can attack in the middle of the saber and just destroy it. I feel like that would have been the best option, but whatever.
Or just a clean sweep with the legs and just yeah. That's one of the things that I don't like because like in real like sword combat or just any fight edit, if it's 2-on-1, you don't fight in turns. That defeats the purpose of having a 2-on-1 advantage. Yeah. You attack at the same time. That way the person can't. It's like. You don't wait for him to be ready. It's like, all right, I'm gonna, okay, now it's your turn. Honestly, that helps the person that has the disadvantage.
And it's not like it's not like Maul was like, force pushing the other person back or like throwing stuff to distract them. He was just kind of got lucky that they didn't know how to fight, I guess.
Yeah, and like one kick and the person has to do like a backflip.
Yeah.
Like, all of that, bro. Like that was the. That was like a flop. So I just you did not. You were doing so much for that.
But the music was so cool. Like the visuals are so cool. The flashiness, like the dance
and they're actually doing something
of the fight looked visually cool. But especially if you slow it down and like actually watch it like at half speed, it is so hilarious just watching them wait. Okay, now wait. Okay, now.
Whack-a-mole. Whack-a-mole, huh? But no,
again,
like
this is just something. It was made in '99. Like CG wasn't great back then. Like you couldn't really do a whole lot. The movies had a lot lower budget than they would now. So I get it, especially since I feel it's something that could have been done phenomenally in a animated form. But whatever.
Mm-hmm.
With what you got, this is probably the best we could have gotten. But if it were animated, it would have been just stellar.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the thing with animation and stuff like this. It's just like because even like like with Batman or anything else, like when you do like there's just things you can do animated that you can't do live action or just look better live action. Because it's not real.
Yeah,
it's just.
But at the same time, I think if the fight was actually better, like actually like a I don't know which one I actually like more. I think I might actually like laughing at the way this fight is now more than actually watching a visually interesting fight. I don't know.
It is what it is.
Yeah. Is there anything else you want to say about it? It was actually yours. This was your number 8.
Yeah, but it's fine. We're both good. It's on both of our lists somewhere, so it's good to talk about it. But yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Go for it.
So again, I need to preface this. My number 1 through 8 are very, very, very close together. They could change outside of my number 1. All of these could change tomorrow. My number 8 is episode 4, A New Hope.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was, obviously the first one. Like that gives it cred right away. I almost put it at number 3 just as like I can't. Originally, I was like. It's so iconic. There's just so much about it that's like like the basis for what Star Wars is. They put Mark Hamill on the map, but like Harrison Ford on the map, Carrie Fisher. It's like Darth Vader is just the best villain ever.
Probably,
period.
It's just the beginning of the best movie series, the most popular movie series there is.
Yeah, like the fight on Tantive 4 is so good. Like that's just the perfect introduction for any villain. Like, just watching all these pilots getting mowed down by stormtroopers, and then after all that, just seeing this huge imposing, black clothed figure walk out, just kind of look over at fallen stormtroopers, like, huh, cool, and then just keep going. Like that is just so cool.
Yeah. Like, you guys didn't need me for this one.
That's you could like either interpret it as like that was a good fight, or like I'm disappointed that that many of you died. Okay, like what I pay you for.
Probably both. This never would have happened in the 501st.
Exactly. um, and then just like him just choking like multiple people out throughout this entire movie.
Yeah, and like with his bare hand, like lifting them very much off the ground, little feet dangling and everything. Like, good, like it's interesting. It's like how like right off the bat, like he's just like this super intimidating figure. And this booming voice, like a foot taller than everybody else.
Yeah.
Like it just like in a room that's all white. You got white stormtroopers, just like dark black, just. You can't miss him. Just very imposing.
Yeah, and his interactions with the other people on the Death Star Council with Grand Moff Tarkin, it's just people seem to forget just how sassy Vader is. Like when Darth Vader's choking that guy, he's like, "You cannot trick us with your sorceress ways." Like, and Tarkin's like, "Release him, Vader." He doesn't say fine. He doesn't like say okay. He says, as you wish, which is the sassiest way to say okay, like as you wish. I don't want to, but fine, whatever.
Yeah. It's just fun. I look how you're outdated, evil. Back in the day, the Force it casually gets Force choke.
I find your like
you can't be the first guy
like,
that happens to. Yeah,
that's such a good.
Like Tarkin's literally just like, why would you? Come on, look at him. Of course, he's not making it up. Like bro.
Like it was so interesting watching episode 4 and realizing that Vader, he wasn't actually really the guy in charge. He wasn't originally this like, this like ruler, like second in command to the ruler of the galaxy. Like the Emperor was mentioned, but like Vader wasn't the second in command in that movie. If anything, Tarkin was, and he was just like the enforcer, the guy they throw out, like the berserker guy they throw out there to be like, okay, take care of this.
He's the muscle, yeah.
So they're like he knew he's stronger than all of you. Yeah, he had to follow Tarkin's orders. So he was like, fine, as you wish, I'll do it, whatever. Like,
just sitting here like these are a bunch of punks.
I can kill all of you, snap of my finger, but like. It's my orders, whatever. Okay. But then in episode 5 and 6, being like, he rules everything. It's just so cool.
Yep. And he just casually, just like, you know what?
I'm gonna force choke you from across the galaxy. Like, come here.
The galaxy. And like, bro, that's so, like, oh my gosh, like. But continue.
Yeah. The main reason why this is so relatively low on my list is because after the 10 of 4 stuff, there's a solid like 20 to 40 minutes of really nothing happening. Like the droids are just kind of out there in the desert doing their thing.
Walking around.
Like, a while.
Like a long while.
Yeah.
Watching other droids get tortured. Like just kind of... The Sandcrawler picks him up, like just kind of, and they go to like basically a garage sale, and then and then that's going on. It's just a lot of
like, and even after Luke and Obi-Wan do meet for the first time, it does take a kind of like you get a bit of a lore dump, which is cool. Like get the backstory on Anakin and Obi-Wan fighting in the Clone Wars. Kind of a better idea of what the Force actually is, like what a lightsaber is. Like that's like if I were to teach a film class, essentially almost every single element will be based around how Star Wars did it. But like in this specific case, that is how you do exposition. Like a person of authority, like giving a lore dump, but because we're so early in, you kind of need that like just a moment of, okay, here's how this world works. We'll go from here. Like that's done very well.
Right, especially like the first movie, you don't know anything about what's going on yet, so it's just like, all right, basically, like, I'm not going to tell you everything, but here are the ground rules.
Yeah,
go.
Yeah, and but like, yes, that's happening, and like he shows Leia's message, but like, not really until you get to Mos Eisley does anything really start happening. Like
And even then, it's kind of.
It's just like
Mm,
an arm gets cut off, Greedo dies because Han shot first. Like,
I still don't. That whole thing is so confusing.
why?
Han
Why
shot
change
first. Did he
that?
though?
Why change that? I don't understand.
Like that was like just like
Because
that wasn't
Han's a
even
good
important.
guy. Why would he shoot? Because he's a scoundrel? Like, is he? I don't know.
God, Jesus.
It's just you're allowed to have your characters be at least morally gray, if not bad at first, and then become good throughout the
Yeah,
story. That's fine.
yeah. Simply like right out of the beginning, well, he has no reason to be a good person. He
Yeah.
doesn't act like a good person for most of the movie. He
Hmm.
sounds like a guy all for himself. So that makes perfect
Yeah.
sense.
And yeah, even really, if you really think about it, like the first like hour and 20ish minutes of this movie is just a bunch of lore dumps. Like, like, I mean, there is character development and like character interaction between Luke and Han on the Millennium Falcon, but really until they get to the Death Star, nothing much really happens until then. But then, like, once they get there, like, action really starts heating up, and then like Leia, they finally get her, and her interaction with Han has just always been phenomenal and even better in uh, uh, Empire. Like, I feel a little bad for like judging it based on other Star Wars movies or judging it based on today's standards, but like that's just kind of that's just kind of the era it was made in. It did the best of what it had.
Mm,
So
right. And again, like the effects. It's 77. They don't have the best effects. The lightsaber duel
yeah,
is you know probably the worst one, but it is what it is. Like they
but
did what
like
they could with what they had.
yeah, especially given the idea that at that time Vader was probably supposed to be about the same age as Obi-Wan. Like supposed to
Hmm.
be. Which really he's
Supposedly,
only
yeah.
like 50, and Obi-Wan's really only like 65 apparently. Whatever. So like two people who hadn't lightsaber dueled in a long time, and which again at the time lightsaber dueling was supposed to just be like basically fancy light, space fencing. That just
Hmm.
kind of two older people fencing. That's kind of what it would look like. So yeah, even that I'm just like yeah that with what they had with the situation they were given, that's pretty much probably the best you could do. Um, I think that's all I have to say about it.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
Again, really like it. It's just there are like almost every other Star Wars movie I like just slightly more because
Yeah.
of what Episode 4 built, because they built on what
And
Episode
again,
4 started. Yeah.
right. And again, not a bad movie, just because it has a lot of potential, and obviously, pays in on that, obviously. But
Yeah.
like, just for what it is and what I started off with, not the best movie.
Yeah. You're
Okay.
number 7.
Number 7. Okay, so for me, wait, where are am I? Yeah. Okay. No, we're good. We're good. Okay, so my number 7 is The Force Awakens because
Okay.
it's like, or not the four. No, actually, that's the wrong. Actually, A New Hope. Sorry, not The Force Awakens. Sorry, because
Your
it's
number 7 is A New Hope.
honestly, yeah, number 7's A New Hope.
Okay.
Okay, spoilers, but the next one is The Force Awakens
Okay.
because,
Yeah.
like, for me, they're kind of on very like we've talked about this. They're very similar
Mm,
movies. Honestly, the only reason I ranked it higher is because I I'm not kind of being lulled to sleep as much. And again, not a bad movie, but just not a lot is going on in
yeah.
A New Hope. It's very much, and especially if you, and kind of for me, I kind of base it off rewatch value. And
Mm.
since you're not learning anything new after seeing all the Star Wars movies, it's very just kind of there.
Yeah.
And
It's a
it did
good movie to
happen.
kind of
And
have on the background, but like not one to like really
yeah, but I'm not
watch
super,
nowadays, especially
but
if you've seen it already 5 times.
it's, yeah, it's just weird. It's like, it's not bad. It's just like I don't personally enjoy it because like for me, it's not super like it's just not super enjoyable as like it's just there's not a lot going on
Yeah.
that I want like has rewatch value for me.
Mm.
Like it's very straightforward. We introduced to a lot of new characters. They have some good moments, but really the big stuff is kind of just meh, because okay, Obi-Wan disables the tractor beam. Obi-Wan fights Vader, distract as a distraction, dies
Mm.
casually. Is supposed to be dramatic, not really that dramatic, but like and then and then they just kind of escape, and then Luke blows up the Death Star, and like that's great, like especially the last part. I
Mm.
like that whole scene with you turned off your targeting signal or whatever, and like somehow eyeballs it and does it perfectly. The
Just
Force,
use
it's
the
all
force.
good.
Yeah.
Right. No, no, I'm not. I'm not dissing the Force. But like, and like stuff like that is good, but it's just kind of meh knowing everything. So rewatching
Okay.
it, if I'm sure if the first time it would be fine, but rewatching it's
Yeah.
kind of just meh.
Yeah. I understand that completely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like especially, I think I watched this at like a church lock-in one time. We
Okay.
started it and like it was already like 3 a.m. and I hadn't watched it in a couple of years probably at that point, and I remember really liking it at the time, but like I forgot it had started with 30 minutes of droid stuff. So like I'm already like half asleep because it's 3 a.m. and droid stuff is happening. Like, oh yeah, this is not very interesting right now. I can almost fall asleep watching it, but again, like
Mm-hmm.
at the time, if you're first watching it, like it's great. The very opening with Chain of Four, that's fantastic, but everything after that, until they get to the Death Star, you kind of have to just kind of sit
Yeah.
through if you already know what's
Especially,
going on.
especially, yeah. Especially the part you hinted at, like you talked about earlier, with just droids in the sand walking around for like 45 minutes.
Mm,
Like I remember a friend of mine who had never seen Star Wars. I know, right? But had never seen Star Wars. Like each other, we were this was just happened to be one that was on, and we were watching
yeah.
it, and she's literally like, "I know this is supposed to be Star Wars, but this is kind of boring." And I look at it and I'm like, if I was watching this for the first time, I'd kind of be confused on what the hype was about too, because
Yeah.
really, nothing interesting has happened at all.
Mm,
So yeah, that's kind of where I stand on that movie. Great potential, and obviously it builds to great things, but as
mm,
itself, it's not amazing.
yeah. My number 7 is Rogue One, a Star Wars story.
Okay.
So this might be the only Star Wars, honestly, maybe the only movie I've seen in recent memory where I walked out of the movie like liking it, but having some problems with it, and those problems kind of over time, when thinking about it, kind of overtaking the parts I liked and just kind of being an overall meh movie. But then I hadn't seen it since it came out in 2016. I watched it over this past weekend, and maybe it's just because my bar for what a good Star Wars movie is has lowered dramatically. Maybe it's because I've just gotten better at like ignoring, you know, flaws that aren't like super character breaking or super like, plot destroying whatever. But like the parts like that weird tentacle monster that scrambled the pilot's memory, but then he just remembered immediately once Cassian is like, "You're the pilot." He's like, "Oh, I'm the pilot. I'm the pilot. I know who that is. I'm the pilot." So him scrambling his memory for no reason, even though the pilot literally went to Saw Gerrera to tell him something important, and Saw Gerrera was like, "Nah, I don't trust you." For no reason, he was scrambled his memory, and that subplot went nowhere. Okay.
Yeah.
um, with this weird tentacle monster that just has to be in all these new Star Wars movies, or something. Like even literally every one of them, aside from I don't think Rise of Skywalker had one, but it might have. I had weird chimpanzee. But I guess I'll count that. That weird monkey. Why is that monkey remaking his mask? Whatever. But yeah, outside of that, and like the way they introduced certain characters, like it didn't really have them leave a lasting impression. I remember almost no one's name aside from uh, Cassian and Jyn Erso. Nope, I can't remember. I watched it 2 days ago, and I can't remember. You know, the
Yeah.
the blind guy or
No.
the
I
other.
The droid is K2SO.
Yes, K2SO.
And then the girl, her name is Jen. Is it Jen Erso?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think
I didn't even remember Cassian. Those are the only two I remember.
I think the pilot's name starts with an A. The guy with the big gun's name starts with a B. That's all I got.
That is more than I
Yeah,
had.
but
I mean,
I do specifically remember walking out of the theater thinking, okay, I didn't love the opening hour ish, but then everything after the Death Star, blowing up that one uh kyber crystal mine. From then on, I loved it, and watching it again, I'm like, this isn't even really that bad. And then like after the Death Star hit that planet and just that huge explosion, and like I was with uh Admiral Krennic, where I was like, oh, it's beautiful. Like I'm right with you there, Ben Mendelsohn. It is beautiful. Like
okay. People are bad, but that's fine.
you don't see him, it's fine. Yeah, from then on, like it just like exceeded how I even remembered it. Like I didn't even really mind the fact that that one shot in the trailer of all of them, come back together to run the plan somewhere else. That wasn't the movie, but at the same time, like I don't really care anymore. Like every single shot of the Death Star, every single thing it blows up again, it just looks visually just stunning. The final climactic battle, like the way it it really does feel like a Star War, where like essentially like if there was a battle taking place, like this is the really the main, as far as I can think of, the only Star Wars movie where like there's a battle happening that is more realistic to how battles actually take place in the real world, with like multiple different like points throughout the entire area. Tanks fighting each other, like an air battle over top, artillery fire over here, like espionage. Like there's just so much stuff going on, and like it is never confusing. You always know where everyone is. Like every single character gets to use their unique traits. Like it's just good. Literally the only, and this isn't even like a problem with the movie itself. The only major issue I have with it is the fact that that James Earl Jones is now 90, so he can't do the voice the same. That's the only problem I have with it, is that he doesn't sound the same. That's it.
Yeah, not even his fault, just life. But like, yeah, that's right. And like, and like Darth Vader, I mean, just by far the best part of that movie. But just like,
and again, like I said, people got kind of upset at him cracking one-liners with Krennic, but like he was like that in episode 4, 5, and 6.
I think people just don't realize Vader was kind of just like like you said, sassy, kind of with that. He does choke people for fun and make jokes about it and stuff like that. Like that definitely is happening.
And also a major thing people had a problem with is them using CG to recreate Grand Moff Tarkin.
Yeah.
Which, like, I remember watching it in the theaters the first time thinking, like, is that real? They just get like a face match to just do him? And then kind of realizing like a little ways in, like, there's something a little off about it. But then watching it again, I can tell it's CG, but like it really doesn't look that bad. It really looks, it's the best they could possibly do to make a CG person. Like that is that actor standing there, just like there's just something slightly off, but it wasn't distracting for me personally. So
yeah, I don't know, maybe because like I know people had issues with that and with Leia, both in this movie and with like future Star Wars sequel movies, kind of. And like I don't know, maybe it's just a me thing. Maybe I just don't have like the eye for cinematography or whatever. But like one of those things that I haven't really been exposed to in a bad way, so I don't see it as much. But like I don't really see the issue personally.
No, especially since they have to CG those parts anyway. So like it's not disrespectful to Carrie or anything. So like fine.
Yeah, I've never really been super, because even Tarkin, because I remember everyone was complaining about Tarkin, and I was like, I never even noticed that, and maybe I just wasn't paying attention, but like I personally didn't see it, and that's probably on
Yeah.
me. But I mean, that was never a grievance
Like
I had.
anything that could give me more Grand Moff Tarkin is a win for me. Like he's one of my favorite Star Wars characters. He's only in one movie now two, but like I love him. just just him just being like, yes, I'll take over the project now. Carrie, like, go away. Like what? Why? Like I'm the boss. It's me. Like
Because Tarkin, like,
yeah. I
yeah,
told the Emperor I
there's
did this.
Tarkin.
Like, but I did it. No, I did it.
Like, but I did it. Did you though? What? Yes. No. Just like,
No.
wait, I don't think that's what. I don't think I'm gonna go with that one. Like, but I totally take him away. But goodbye. Tarkin's a terrible person. Kills somebody.
Yeah, like,
but it's cool to watch.
Yeah, and there were a couple of scenes where it did definitely feel a little ridiculous to have that blind guy just beating up Stormtrooper with a stick, and like they weren't shooting him.
Yeah, or like really missing him, because like my thing is, even if you could sense blaster bolts, it's still kind of hard to dodge, bullets.
Yeah,
but like again, the Force, which I don't know if he was a Jedi or not. Is that ever explained?
He wasn't. He was a Jedi Temple guard, but I guess he was like super spiritual. So the Force flew through. It was inside.
Sure.
Yeah. Flowed through.
Like I get it. I don't know. It was just I don't know. It was one of those things where it's like, oh, totally a Jedi, or maybe not. I don't. It's unclear. Like I was just kind of with it.
Yeah.
But that movie, we didn't really need much Jedi-ness going on. It was kind of just cool as it was, and I kind of like that.
It is interesting that Jen had a kyber crystal necklace from her mom, but that didn't really go anywhere. Like that was never.
Joe, I totally forgot about that.
Yeah, which is fine.
Yeah,
like, it was thought she was a thing to just kind of tie it, to just make sure this is a kyber crystal. Like again, just kind of tying it more so into the main story, but like nothing was really done with it. But it's whatever.
Yeah.
Another
It would
minor
have been
issue.
cool if the blind guy had like a broken lightsaber and then used her crystal and like.
Yeah.
That would have been dope.
Yeah.
He's like, what are you doing with that? Oh shoot! Now we got to fart like. But anyway, I digress.
But yeah, it's not a movie that was necessarily necessary to tell, but the way they told it, again, the space battle of that movie is so good. Like the way they told it, like visually, it looked the closest to a Star Wars movie of the newer. Like essentially, it looked like a modern day episode, how a modern day episode 4 would look, if that makes any sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's really good. Not only for episode 4, but just for Star Wars in general. These outdated ideas, the effects, the budget, everything, and it looks great. These ships flying. It's just like it does look really good, and the action's really good. Like again, like you said, not as many lightsabers going around, but
at least
very
one.
practical.
So.
Yeah, but the only one that matters.
Yeah, I was like,
but good battle scene, and also like I remember like getting the plans was so like even for me like it was so stressful. I was like, okay, hurry up, down, because everyone's been there where like you're trying to download something really quickly and like. Obviously not life-threatening, but like still like a big like come on, just buffer a little faster. Like oh my, like I have never been like related so much to a scene.
And like we knew she was gonna succeed, but even at that time, you were still super tense about it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're number 6.
Yeah. Number 6. So I said earlier, it's for The Force Awakens. It's slightly above A New Hope, just because. They're essentially the same movie, but this one I like a little bit better, not just because it's like, updated with effects and everything like that, but I like the dynamic. Like Poe and Finn at the very beginning is a really good dynamic. I really like. I wish that had been explored more. I feel like they kind of got dropped after the first movie because they're, Poe's busy over here and Finn goes over here, and the next movie they kind of just don't talk.
Yeah,
they're with each other the whole movie.
Like Poe makes Finn like co-general, but that didn't really go anywhere. But
nope.
Yeah.
kind of just the title because he's our main character. It makes him look busy,
Yeah,
but he's not actually doing
exactly.
anything. You know,
And he's
they
off
do
there
that a
riding
lot.
horses with that other chick. Like, horses,
Yes.
sure, why not? This
Because
is what I want in my Star
sure.
Wars movie.
Exactly. This is totally in the budget.
Yeah.
But you know, like all the CGI is totally where I want it to be going.
Mhm.
But anyway, yeah, I like that part. I enjoy how intimidating Kylo Ren starts off, but I remember being really disappointed. Like after, like not that I don't like Adam Driver, but I remember in the first movie, like after he took his helmet off, I just could not take him. Like
That's fair.
anymore. Like it just didn't. And it's not that the helmet was that intimidating. It's just like I don't think I knew it was Adam Driver going in.
Yeah.
And like I don't when I see Adam Driver, I'm not like super intimidated. I'm just kind of like, oh,
Maybe that was the
kinda,
point. Like they wanted because he took it off to look more relatable to Rey, and
yeah.
I don't know, maybe that was kind of the point.
But he's still supposed to be the bad guy. You know, like, you know, it's one thing to be like, I don't know. I had yet to, like, this character was still starting to earn my, like, fear reverence, if that makes sense, kind of, intimidation reverence. And I'm like, for me, it kind of ruined it a little bit. And then, like, but, like, not a bad, and also, the cross guard thing, I don't know. Some people like it. I don't really, I think it's kind of pointless, personally.
It's
It's
not
only really
impractical. It's not impractical, but it was never really used like an actual crossguard.
Yeah.
So it wasn't necessary.
It was only useful like twice. That one time where he kind of burns Finn, and then
He used it as a crossguard in Last Jedi. So like to
yes,
block
that's
multiple staffs at once, but outside of that,
right,
never.
right. I'm like, that's cool, but like, I feel like that was kind of eh. But
Mhm.
I don't know. But anyway, like, not a bad movie. I don't. Yeah, Ray kind of just being good at everything didn't really hit just yet.
Yeah.
But you could kind of see it getting there because she's, you know, knows the Millennium Falcon better than Han Solo. Like, granted, he hasn't had it for a while, but like,
Yeah.
I don't know about that. And
Like
like,
she's probably messed around with it a little bit since it had been on Jakku, because she knew about it. But I just, yeah, that did kind of. Now that I think about that, does kind of annoy me.
yeah,
Like, I bypassed the fuel cells. Like, does he not know how to do? Like, I feel like he's had this ship for 40 years, like a long
yeah.
time.
And not just him and Chewbacca, like both
Yeah.
of these guys have basically lived the ship their whole life.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, but you know, chick's been on it for 10 minutes. She knows what it.
Yep.
And also, and I guess like also, I liked Finn and Ray's like interaction at the beginning where he's like trying to fake, yeah, I'm with the resistance, totally with the resistance force. Ooh, like
Yeah.
you know, all this stuff. And like they're like, all right, we'll take that ship. Shit gets roasted. Okay, let's get the other shit. Like
That one's garbage.
know, like,
Okay, we'll
something
take
like
the
that.
garbage one. It was the one. Okay, that was a
okay,
good
the
joke.
garbage. Yeah, that was a good joke. You know, something like that. But like, I guess overall, it's just not super memorable. But again, I think that's because it's trying to set up the rest of the movies that don't all stick the landing. But it is what it is.
Yeah, like they definitely set up. They did certain aspects of Rey's character right enough for you to kind of believably understand. Yes, she knows how to fly. Like, you know, she's a scavenger. She was shown. She at some point said that she had, you know, flown speeders and stuff before. You know, she's rebuilt like ships before. She has a pretty intricate knowledge of the inside of an AT-AT. So like she's been working with technology a lot of, you know, pretty much all her life. She's at least worked with the Millennium Falcon enough to know that it's garbage. Like, you kind of get the idea that she might have more knowledge than the movie's necessarily letting on. I think it's the fact that you can compare her directly to how good Han and Luke are or were at their points in Episode 4, and she just seems to be better than both of them. And even Han now, it just kind of didn't feel right. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of like accept it, but we're kind of like, okay, sure, kind of.
Again, I didn't have those feelings before Episode 9 came out, but now looking back, like she really was a bit of a Mary Sue in both those movies. And she actually had a character in Last Jedi, but then it was dropped for reasons. Anything else you want to say about it?
All right. Let me see. And then, oh, so, yeah, no,
Okay.
all my points from him.
So my number 6 is Episode 6, Return of the Jedi.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I know it's one of your favorites. If not your
It is.
favorite, we'll maybe get there. But again, these are all very close. It's not. It will never be my
Yeah.
number one. But I started this list. I did it with it at number 2. But just there's a couple of things here and there that I don't love. Like the the only reason the Jabba sequence happened is because Harrison Ford didn't think he was going to come back for another one. And then Lucasfilm was like, "Hey, here's a lot of money," and he was like, "Okay." So they froze him in carbonite for him just kind of off, maybe being the next one. But if he's not, we know where he is. So they only had that sequence to fix a mistake that they didn't need to do in the last one, which like for dramatic tension it worked in episode 5, but like now they need to actually follow up on it. And like so the movie could have just started with him going to Dagobah and then coming back to the rebellion, you know, to that meeting. But like that sequence is still pretty cool. I'll give you that. So it was worth it, especially just the whole like, sign off,
Yeah.
Jen and lightsaber up and grab it. That's so cool. And they reference it in the Clone Wars. It's so great.
Yeah.
Uh, there is a lot of like there's a lot of stuff on the Force Boot of Endor that like it it just kind of drags a little bit. Like there's a pretty good sequence like after Leia first meets the first Ewok. I can't. He has a name. What is the name of that main Ewok?
Oh gosh,
You know?
dude,
Okay,
I
never
just
mind.
call them Ewoks. I don't know.
Okay. And then like they have a solid 20 minutes of them just kind of around that campfire with them, you know, thinking that C-3PO is a god for some reason, and like I don't know, just there's a pretty significant part of that movie where the movie just kind of stops and then the climax happens. Like I get it, you need a point of levity, but like I don't know, it just there's a little bit here and there where I feel you could have moved it along
Yeah.
a little bit. I know you needed that scene to have Luke and Leia realize they're siblings, and maybe you did cut back to the Emperor a couple of times, but kind of going on that the Emperor's entrance in this movie was flawless. Like just showing the new partially built Death Star, showing his ship coming in, of course, with Imperial March blasting, which I legitimately believe Imperial March was actually playing on like in the Death Star at that time. Like that is the song that exists in the movie. Like in that world, that song
Official
exists.
anthem.
Yes, it makes perfect sense. Like that is their battle cry.
It
Like,
would be. Yeah.
like that
I
is
could
the
believe it.
Emperor. That is the Empire's theme song. Like it just makes so much sense to me. um, and yeah, like I said before, literally everything with the Emperor is just so over the top and just kind of weird, but it's also just phenomenal. Like there's this one like after you know we'll get more into this in a second, but after Luke like cuts off Vader's arm. And the Emperor, there's like a 6-second clip of this on YouTube. The Emperor's just like walking down those stairs with his hands like this, just going good. Like why are you doing
Because he's evil. There's no reason. It's so. It's so creepy. It's great.
And yes, it is a little ridiculous for the Ewoks to beat
Yes.
up all those stormtroopers. I get that, but like these stormtroopers
It's
are
not
just
like we.
yeah, like
Yeah, it's not like we were like, oh, stormtroopers are the most feared creatures in the galaxy.
yeah.
Like, they're storm. Like, it almost makes sense. Like, yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, that entire climax, it's not my personal favorite climax, but like if it is someone's favorite climax, I would completely understand. But like having 3 different unique battles happening at the same time with their each
Mm-hmm.
unique purpose for actually mattering. uh, and then as much as I like Luke and Vader's fight in Episode 5, I might like the fight in Episode 6 slightly more. They're like it's a
Mm-hmm.
like depending on the day, I could like one more than the other.
Very close.
Yeah, like thematically, they both serve very different purposes. They both like essentially. Well, you could really even argue that this fight in Episode 6 is the continuation of that fight in Episode 5. So
Yeah.
just just the visceralness, especially after Vader says like, "Oh, you have a sister, interesting," and he's like, "Don't you?" And then
Mm-hmm.
like goes like, "Oh,
Goes ape. The music gets so
yeah."
intense. Just like, oh, I love
Mm-hmm.
it.
And yeah, like I anything else that's like it is a little cheap that they just made another Death Star, which I get it. Originally, the Death Star
Yeah.
was gonna be the episode, well, the third movie in this trilogy anyway, but they didn't know they were gonna get three, so they moved it up to the first one. And they're like, "Well, this was what we originally had planned, so we'll just do that again." So
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
it it worked well enough, but I do like how they defeated it in a different way this time. It's not
Yes.
just another trench run. They actually because
Go.
it was still open, they were able to like go in and actually kill the core directly.
Right.
Um,
It
and
shows that
again,
they
like
actually like fixed it.
yeah, Lando is just the best in that. I don't love how there wasn't like Han never got to fly the Millennium Falcon in that movie. Like he was in Carbonite for 2 years, and then all of a sudden he's just cool
Mhm.
with Lando flying again. That's a little weird, but like you think he would want to fly it again, but whatever. It's also especially since like the last thing Han knew about Lando was that Lando had betrayed them. Yet as soon as he gets out of
Yeah.
Carbonite, unless Leia briefed him, like he's just
Well,
cool
that's
with
what
Han
I'm
again.
thinking. Between that and like him being in on like the plan to escape or whatever from Jabba's palace, I guess he was kind of like, okay, I guess he's on. They probably know something I don't, so maybe
Yeah.
it's cool because he betrayed all of them. So like, if they're cool with it, something has
Yeah.
to change.
I personally, it's so like hilariously bad, but I personally kind of like Boba Fett's demise in that movie. It's so sad, but like just by accident, just gets hit and just like he never actually does anything in these movies. Yet he's so beloved, and like I get it, but people just kind of forget that he didn't actually do anything.
No, he followed their ship
Mhm.
in episode 5, and then that was pretty much it. He didn't
Yes.
actually shoot anyone.
Nope, never fired a single blast in the entire franchise.
And yet he is loved.
Mhm. So yeah, I'm sure you'll talk about more about Return of the Jedi later, but that's kind of my general feelings about it.
Yeah.
Okay, top 5.
Okay. All right. Top 5. Are we? One, two. I'm sorry. I didn't number. I have them, but I didn't number
That's
them,
fine.
so they're just paragraphs. So I'm like, I'm pretty sure I'm okay. So Rogue One's my number 5,
Okay.
which started out lower on this list, but as I was making it, going through, rewatching scenes, rewatching some of the movies,
Mhm.
I appreciated it more because, like you said, like not as much Jedi stuff going on. Which for me, Star Wars, if there's not a lot of lightsabers going on, I'm not as interested.
That's why
But
Solo is bad. Yeah.
yeah, well, that's the only reason why Solo was bad. That's one of the reasons I don't like Solo. I feel like everything going on there. But Rogue One does do a good job of. It still has watchable action.
Mm.
You have, it's more, and it's interesting because like you care about I feel like for me, I care about the cause more than I usually do.
Yeah.
Like usually it's kind of just good guys with bad guys. Here it's like we gotta get those plans. It's like with it's like you're with the characters. Like if we die, it is what it is. But we gotta get the plans. Like and one of the and I know that I don't remember barely anyone's name in the movie, but I kind of almost like that, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because I think I've made this point before. Because like it's not about who they are. They're not heroes. They don't have statues. It's just they got the plans. They did their job. they sacrificed everything. That's
we're
how it went.
essentially watching the opening crawl of episode 4, and they weren't named in the opening crawl, so it doesn't really matter what their names were.
Right. It's like, it's just what they did is all that really matters.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we're getting into. And I really like that. I like how Darth Vader is not the entire movie.
Yeah.
Because, like, you don't want to overdo it. Kind of, but it was kind of like how, I don't know if you've seen Jedi Fallen Order, like the story or anything, but like kind of how it just kind of, Darth Vader just
shows
kind
up
of,
at the end.
Oh yeah, just kind of is there at the end and is just so OP it doesn't even matter. Like,
a part of me kind of wishes that this is what they did in Rogue One. Like, they maybe mentioned him a couple of times, but it's like, oh, don't worry, Vader will deal with him, and then he just shows up. Like, I kind of wish he hadn't been there. But then you wouldn't have had James Earl Jones talking at all, so it'd be kind of, I don't know.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, just that, like, there's no mention of it, which I do like his scene with, I think, Director Craddock, I think is the guy's name. I do like that scene, because it still builds up the tension, and then, like, every time the Vader shows up anywhere, they do, like, the dark background and the light, and then slowly the shadow creeps up. And it's just the music starts playing, and it's so...
On Disney Plus, the subtitle during that sequence, it doesn't say dramatic music and then Imperial March plays. It says Vader's theme plays. And I'm like, I guess.
Isn't it though? Like, isn't it though? Like, yes, it's the
Imperial
Empire,
March. It has a name. We all know this.
It is. But at this moment, it is Vader's theme. In this moment, it is his alone. Like, yeah, and like it's quite good, but like if it but like your point, like if it had of just mentioned Vader, or just we had some insurgents on this planet, but then Vader and his forces took care of that, something like that. Just mentioned, and then at the last minute, you just the hallway's all quiet, like, get ready, and then Darth Vader just shows up, and you're like, oh, which the hype was still there, because I still remember it was all dark, and I was like, oh snap, and then you just hear the ring, and you're like, you've never been so excited to see good guys get wrecked in your whole life. Literally, I've never been so happy to see the good guys just get annihilated. Just ever. Like,
there's this, I think I mentioned this to you before, there's this one YouTube channel that like really does deep dives into analyses of movie scores. I think the YouTube channel is called Sideways. He did one on Rogue One, and I watched that one, and then very soon after that watched Rogue One, and like the way this movie implements music, the way it chooses when to use original episode 4, 5, and 6 score, and when to use like original movie like Rogue One score, but still make it kind of feel Star Wars-y is just so great. Like, even like little things, like there's this little like wind chime that happens in episode 4 when Leia's giving the message, and then that little like wind chime is played during any time, like to kind of represent a messenger in Rogue One, or like when Organa is talking, it kind of plays a little bit of the Force theme, a little bit of the Force theme when he's talking about Obi-Wan, and then that goes seamlessly into Leia's theme when he's like, I'll trust her with my life. Like, that's just so flawless. But then when it goes to more original music, the hallway scene is very reminiscent of the Battle of the Heroes. Is that what the song?
Episode 3.
Yeah. Or there's like a choir going on, like super dramatic, and like it feels very, very Star Wars-y, where at the same time being original. Like it was just done so well. Yeah.
Yes.
It wasn't even George Lucas. Sorry, it wasn't even John Williams doing it, which was crazy.
Right. And I remember going in, they're not gonna have the exact music, but they have like little, they'll play similar notes in Imperial March, like a little hint of it there and stuff like that there. But like, it's still enough to you have the same feelings, kind of.
Yeah, and like the main Rogue One theme song is just Star Wars, the opening Star Wars theme, just like an octave higher, but like the notes are slightly different. Like it's the same
Yeah,
basic escalation of the notes, which is
yeah,
great. Like it's
yeah.
not a
It's
saga
enough
movie,
to
but it's
still
still
get your
Star Wars. Yeah, you still get the
right.
idea.
You know, it's still the same. Yeah, it's the same but different. Basically, it's really good that way. I like it.
Yeah,
But yeah, just
yeah. I've grown to
really
really
good.
appreciate the movie really over the last week, but like over the years, I've grown to appreciate it more than what I originally thought of it.
Yeah, and honestly, like outside of Darth Vader, honestly, K2SO is like my favorite
He's my
character.
favorent droid
He's
for sure. Like he's so good,
oh, absolutely. Like I mean, yeah,
so
like
sassy,
absolutely.
so like
So cold
I
blooded. He'll
just
just
love how
casually do talking.
he's literally programmed to say everything that comes to his mind. That's so fun.
that's such a good. That's such a good design, though. Like that is
Mm,
literally amazing. Like because those are like that's people in real life are programmed that way,
yeah.
kind of like. So it makes a lot of sense, and it's really good because he's what he says is a lot of times is funny, and he kicks butt too.
Yep.
So it's really
And
great.
that's a lot of
The
explosions for
sacrifices
two
there.
people blending in. Should have stayed on the ship. Yep, yep.
Yeah.
That's me. Should have stayed on the
And I love it. Like he's just like the whole time he's just joking around and he's just wrecking stormtroopers
ship.
everywhere, and it's great. Oh, so good.
Uh, anything else?
That's all I got.
Okay. My number 5 is Episode 8, The Last Jedi.
Okay.
Now, going in again, I was not expecting this to be even that low, but again, they're all so close. It's just kind of whatever. Because I this movie, I can't even really explain why this movie is so important to me. It just every single time I see even like a small clip of it, like I just get this feeling of just like this is art. This is something that like transcends Star Wars. Like every single shot, even the Canto Bight stuff, it doesn't really feel super Star Warsy, but it still has passion behind it. It still has this like aura of just like something very special to it. Like yes, there are some major problems with it. Again, the Canto Bight stuff, it didn't really end up mattering, but it was still thematically interesting to see all that happening, to see another side of like even after the New Republic was established, like there's still slavery happening. Like that's still thematically interesting to see all that happening. Um,
Mhm.
Luke's character was not destroyed, but I'll get into that in just a second. But like just the colors of this movie, like every single major set piece has a very unique color to it, whether it be like like dark blue or green or red. Like this movie is just like there are so many compilations of just the various colors of the movie. Like it covers the entire spectrum, and it's all beautiful. And just the way it's shot, it just looks again, it just looks like how I would imagine episode 5 looking today. I can't explain it, but it just looks like a Star Wars movie. And I never really got that sense out of episode 7 or 9, at least to this extent. Um, and yeah, just like it's so I saw a fantastic tweet the other day. This summed up my entire thoughts on the trilogy perfectly. J.J. Abrams likes the movie Star Wars. Ryan Johnson likes Star Wars. Does that make sense?
Hmm. Like just the first movie versus just all of it.
Like essentially, for both movies J.J. Abrams made, he was like, "Hey, that was done in a Star Wars movie. We should do that in this Star Wars movie. Hey, and like Star Wars Episode 4, A New Hope was very good. We should just do that again. Hey, Episode 6 was very good. We should just do that again. Or we should take elements of that and just do
Mm.
that again." Whereas Ryan Johnson, the reason it feels like the reason a lot of fans don't like it the way they want to is because it's not just verbatim another Star Wars movie. It is a Star Wars movie. It has all the elements of a Star Wars movie. It actually dives deeper into the themes of what Star Wars should be. A galactic war, morally gray characters that are actually evil, but like they're questioning whether or not they should be evil or not. Even good guys like kind of questioning whether their side is the right side. How this war is affecting other people throughout the galaxy, like just the very essence of what Star Wars is fuels this movie, and it's just I think it's just I think it's good. I can't even...
Pretty good. Pretty good.
And again, like the one of the major reasons why people hate this movie is because of how they ruined Luke's character. Okay, so similar, like I just said, if this were made by J.J. Abrams, he would have had Luke be the exact same character he would have been in episode 4 or 5, or in episode 6. He would have had the same amount of charisma. He would have had the same fighting ability, the same view on everything, even though 30 plus years has passed. That's not realistic for something, especially since he already had set up the fact that Luke had, failed his nephew, and this is all the entire conflict that's happening right now is essentially his fault. So it makes sense that he would want to isolate himself, and it would make sense. It legitimately does make sense if you take a look at the themes, not just the surface level action and spectacle of episode 6. And take a look at the themes that J.J. Abrams has completely ignored. The themes of episode 6 are: my father is evil. I feel that temptation inside of me. I don't want to go down that road, but like if I needed to, I would do what I need to do if it was enough to save my friends. Like that, like if killing my father to kill the Emperor turned me evil, but it saved my friends, I would do it. So for him almost giving in twice during that movie, he almost killed the Emperor and then almost killed his father in that movie. For that to happen, and then him not be tempted at all for 30 years, and then for him to sense even an ounce of dark side energy in his nephew, someone he's trained from the ground up to be the next generation of Jedi, and for him to be like, oh crap, my nephew is evil. I just, like, in an instant reaction, I get it completely. Like, he's like, I was tempted by this before, I need to kill this now. Like, it's completely valid for him to want to do that. And he didn't end up actually, like, he pulled it out, but then was like, wait, that's stupid. But, like, because of the miscommunication, like, Kylo Ren was scared, and again, that makes sense. He didn't actually go through with it, but the temptation was enough for him to be scared that he had already failed, and because of his fear, that actually ended up failing him. That's just so interesting to me, and people just don't understand that. And of course, oh, sorry, go. No, go.
No, it's like the trope, like trying to like prevent what you wanted to happen ends up causing what was going to happen anyway, and all this kind of stuff.
And that's again, that theme has also already happened in Star Wars before, but this was done better. And the scene with Yoda might be one of my favorite sequences in all of Star Wars. Just like them getting Yoda to look, almost, like literally when Luke first saw, when Mark Hamill first saw this Yoda puppet, he said on an interview one time, he literally burst into tears because like it looked exactly like the original Yoda. I'm like, that is, and like they got Frank Oz back to do the voice, and he acted exactly like he did in episode 5 and 6. Like he was still teaching Luke stuff while still, still being a little jerk. Like it was just so. And I was just so happy watching that, and then he would being like, "Yeah, the Jedi are done." Zap! Like that's so cool.
Casually
have you read them? Page Hunters, they are not. Like, yeah, that was just.
Sure, no, wait,
And then just like
facts.
both of them sitting in front of just the Jedi legacy on fire is just again so thematically interesting. Like you know Yoda had been there throughout the entire age of the Jedi. Luke was supposed to be raising a new order of Jedi. But as far as this movie is concerned, that's not important. What's important is the future. What's important is the Jedi are not important. What's important is how whatever the Force does from now on. That's what we're gonna go with. And like again, Episode 9 didn't follow through with that, but like that's what it should have done. And then Luke versus Kylo Ren. People are upset because this is the only Star Wars movie or only saga movie that two lightsabers didn't clash. I'm like, lightsabers clashed with you know beam weapons in the throne room, so that should count. But two, him not fighting his nephew was actually more impactful than him actually trying to fight. He would have won if he actually fought him, or if he was actually there, or
Mm,
whatever. If he actually, but him not fighting and using that to sacrifice himself to let the rebellion get away, like that's actually makes more sense and more attuned to the
right.
character set up in this movie because he got into this problem by trying to kill him, so he's not going to try to solve it by killing him. That's not,
Killing him.
yeah,
That makes sense.
yeah. Although I do wish he'd
But
use his
no,
green saber there. The blue one just kind of fell flat.
yeah,
Whatever.
it kind of felt, yeah, and he's social distancing. He's working from home, and
Yeah.
he does everything he needs to do.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it's just like and I like that too because like I always like little things like that where it's like if you were paying attention you would have known like he was a force ghost which I'm a little like because like eh but like it was cool, you know what I'm
He
saying,
got
kind of
blasted
like
by every single AT-AT on that planet and was fine. So we
yeah.
should have known. But at the same time, we're just like, oh
That's
yeah,
what
Luke
I'm saying,
Skywalker, sure. You just
but
forced
it
him
was the
blocked, or
whole
I don't
it
know.
was the whole like we were so blinded by the hype of nah he's Luke Skywalker, like
Yeah.
he's such a just he's such a savage. It's
Mm,
just like you didn't even question it for a second. You were just like, yeah, no, of course. He's
yeah.
probably just force, absorbed. I don't know, like
Yeah.
energy bending something. I don't know.
Mm.
Right? But yeah,
And
really good. And I like how they were like building on like Ray's that growth and the force and all that. And she wasn't necessarily, like necessarily going the way she thought she was gonna go. Like maybe she does go kind of closer to the line to the dark side. And I thought that was really cool because
mm-hmm.
yes, I don't want her to just be, I'm a good guy, I'm the best, I'm gonna be good. Like I'm like, there's gotta be a little internal conflict there. There's gotta be a
Yeah.
little gray
And
area there,
like
and I appreciated that.
I feel like that element of both Kylo Ren and Rey both realizing their side isn't necessarily right or isn't exactly all the best. So both throughout the course of this movie kind of realize maybe we should kind of maybe come together, but at the very end, like something happens and they break apart, but like they still have the feeling of you know just that thematically I feel is uniquely Star Wars, where you know both the good guys and bad guys aren't necessarily just wholly good or bad.
Yeah,
And then Episode 9 completely ignores that. Again,
it does.
J.J. Abrams likes the look and feel of Star Wars. He doesn't understand the thematic tension, what Star Wars means on like a morality level, like why exactly the prequels are exactly how they actually kind of follow up on the themes of Star Wars better than the sequels do. They just don't exactly enact them in the best way. Where the
Hmm.
Jedi are the good guys, but they're kind of stupid and bad at their job.
Yeah, not they're the good, they're the good guys, but they're not doing a good job of
Yeah,
being the good guys. And the bad guys seem to know more about what's going on,
yeah.
but twisting it to their own personal gain.
Mm. And like the Separatists actually have a claim. The Republic sucks. Like this actually makes sense. They could have expanded on that further, but because of the way J.J. Abrams set up episode 7 of, oh yeah, the Empire's back and they're bad. The rebellion is back and they're good. He Ryan Johnson still was able to work these themes into the movie and still managed to make the Republic, or sorry, the Republic and the rebellion at least feel not completely morally righteous, and make the First Order like actually kind of morally gray in a way. Like it just, I don't know. It means a lot more than these fanboys who hate on it just for like a couple of reasons. They just don't understand. Yeah. And granted, like I said, there are some problems. Holdo was a little weird. Why didn't she just say, "I have a plan"? I won't tell you what the plan is because it could be a spy. Boom. And then Poe could be mad at her not telling the plan, not that there is no like that. You still could have a conflict there instead of just, I don't know what the plan is. That's not interesting, but whatever.
That's a terrible idea. Like, you can't have people literally dying and sacrifice their lives for just, I'm gonna wing it. I don't really know what I'm doing. Like, no, that is not okay. And also, like, again, I know it's Carrie Fisher and everything, but like how they had Leia like fly back through the ship was
that scene would have been CG anyway.
Right. No, it's not that I don't like the CG. I just don't like the idea. I feel like I feel like they should have just kind of let her death kind of happen.
But
because for me, that cements a lot about Kylo Ren.
Well, pretty much all of Episode 8 was already written before she passed away, and probably they were gonna that conclusion was gonna happen in Episode 9. But they just, like, this episode was really Luke's, like, Episode 7 is how Hans and him interact. This is how Luke and him interact, and probably 7 was supposed to be how Leia and him interact, which they almost did, but not in a great way. I felt you needed that scene of her, like, her almost dying, and then remembering the little bit of force training she got from Luke, reaching out. Like, there's no way to make that scene look great. Like, you're in the vacuum of space, you can't really move. Like, you're just pulling yourself towards the ship. Like, that's even if you have just like a little bit of force sensitivity, that's probably enough. Especially in the vacuum of space where you're basically weightless, just pull yourself towards the ship. Like, I felt that scene was necessary to show you, hey, Leia hasn't just been stagnant in her force ability. Like, she actually has this ability. And then you needed that scene at the very end with Luke's Force Ghost and Leia at the very end. You needed that scene for the entire trilogy to work.
That's true. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
but still, I don't know. Not my favorite part of it, but again, I like a lot of other parts. I like the opening sequence. The space battle's really good. I like the General Hux thing is kind of funny. Like, it's a little unorthodox for the moment, but you kind of go with it because it is like there's some comedy elements. You're just rolling with it. You just kind of trying to mess with him. Hux isn't really a serious guy anyway. You kind of just roll with it.
And that's just kind of that's been Poe's character since the beginning. Like, the very first thing he said was like, "Who's talking first? You talking? Am I talking? Who's talking?" Like, that was, he's always been kind of a wisecracker. So.
Yeah. Jukes and wisecracks in the most tense of situations. They could literally shoot his ship at any moment. But, he's like, okay, I'm trying to download this, so let me just casually, mess with some people to...
Yeah.
I have an urgent from General Hux about his mother. And, like, bro.
Yeah. There are legitimately people who are mad at the fact that those bombs were able to drop onto the Dreadnought, because gravity doesn't exist in space.
But can't they, if they're pushed down, they would still go in the same direction?
Correct. Also, this is Star Wars.
I mean, I know they can.
Explosions wouldn't happen in space. Yeah, the Death Star is blowing up, 2 to 3 times, depending on who you ask. Like, fire into a giant fireball. So, like, you're telling me now you care about space physics? Come on.
And there's sound, so, like...
Yeah. Also, you don't think the Dreadnought's big enough to have its own sense, like, force of gravity? I think it would. Like, it makes enough sense if you just say Star Wars. Like, okay, I get it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Yeah, physics is kind of what it is because it is what it. You know, that should be fine. I don't have a big deal with that. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it, and I like how the ending is kind of, after Ray and Kylo have this like they work together, like yo, we work good together. All of a sudden, it's like, oh yeah, well you should join me. It's like, really, I was gonna be like, you should join me, like what I'm
Yeah.
saying? It's kind of like this
Like
awkward,
we can
like,
rule the
oh
galaxy
yeah, I can't
together.
wait.
That's not where I thought this was going. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like yeah, I can't wait. It's like I can't wait to work together. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I would love to be on the dark side.
What?
Ooh, like the guy on the back's like. Ooh.
Yeah.
Awkward. This guy just like, yeah. Which I like, which I don't know. I remember thinking, like, what if they both what if she, like, kind of worked with, not necessarily as, like, evil, but just they kind of, you know what, we've
Yeah.
got the Force. Let's see what we can figure out. And I kind of thought that would have been a good thing to kind of go into the next episode with. But again, that's just me personally. But I
Yeah.
do like how it went, mostly.
Yeah. Like it definitely would have been interesting to see this movie end on a very similar note that Force Awakens did, with her going to Luke, handing him the saber, movie over, and then seeing what the next director would do with it. Like essentially having Rey and Kylo going off together and just like, hey, what's the next guy? You know, what would JJ do with that? I am very interested to see like how he would screw that up. Like,
He'd probably be like, it was a trick the whole time.
this
I'd
has never
joined
happened in a
the
Star Wars movie. Yeah, what do I do now? Like that's really what I imagine him trying to.
This is interesting, but yeah, just roll with it. Honestly, like I don't know. I just like how it. I don't know. I like how it kind of ended. I like how it ended too. It's like amazing. Everything you said was wrong. Like
Yeah.
the resistance is not dead. All this stuff, and I will not be the last Jedi. And I think that's good. But I also like how like you didn't realize till the end of the movie. Oh wow, Rey and Poe have never actually met.
Yeah.
Like after two whole movies. Like I didn't even think about it. I was like, definitely interact. And then like immediately, and the thing about the Rise of Skywalker, like they start out like really butting heads, and I was like, oh, that's great, but that was kind of just the end.
Yeah, they really didn't really talk much at all after that. Whatever.
Yeah, right, being next to each other for most of the movie, but yeah.
So yeah, like visually, it's probably my favorite Star Wars movie just to look at. Thematically, it's my favorite just to think about. Although it's not my favorite to watch because of those kind of slower moments on Canto Bight, because General Holdo, although I don't necessarily dislike her character, I wish her character had been mentioned at least once somewhere in Star Wars lore before that point, but like the way she handles it isn't just kind of annoys me. But like everything aside from those two very specific points. Again, if they had just kind of edited around, like cut back between the force hole that Rey was in with Canto Bight, kind of cut in between those a bit more, it would have broken up and maybe had Canto Bight not feel quite as long. I think it would have been much better. But yeah, like essentially the only real problem they have are nitpicks. So
yeah.
Okay. Number
right,
4. Yeah.
That one actually is my number 4, so
okay.
I don't have too much more to add. I pretty much said everything already. I should probably brought that up earlier, but
no,
sorry.
Okay, so move around to my number 4. I like talking, it's fine.
You don't say. No, I'm just kidding.
My number 4 is episode 3, Revenge of the Sith.
Okay. Yeah, okay, this is my number 3, so yeah, I like this one too. Yeah.
So,
go ahead, you start.
This is probably the most fun Star Wars movie. Like, just if you were to put on a Star Wars movie and like just the essence of what if you were like to think, okay, if you knew nothing about Star Wars and you were to like imagine what would a Star War look like, this is probably it. Like, this is essentially visually what a Star War would look like.
This is the most like war going on kind of thing going, because like usually it's just the puny resistance and giant empire. Here, there's two very established sides set up.
Yeah, I don't love how the opening crawls like there are heroes on both sides. Like, no, they're not. Shut up.
I mean, from a certain point of view, Count Dooku who could be seen as a hero.
I mean, they could have delved into that more, but they just kind of didn't. But like, just this movie,
they did. They killed him in like 10 minutes.
Starting off with just the most spectacular space battle in anything. It's just so cool. If it wasn't for those buzz stupid buzz droids, this honestly might be number 2 on my list. Like, they're that impressive. Like,
you hate the buzz droids that much?
I hate them that much. Like, they just kill the entire momentum of that scene. But
yeah. I do like how right off the bat we're literally, the giant, this planet, you see a ship, and then just 2 fighters are going in, and I'm like, okay, like
that
two,
shot,
like
that proved, unless like I legitimately believe George Lucas did not direct that scene. Like, that was just someone in the VFX booth like making that for him. Like, hey, like he essentially told them, hey, start with a battle over Coruscant. Like, okay. So then they actually had, they showed Coruscant, they showed the Republic cruiser come, and then the battle. Like, that was such a good reveal.
Like you don't even realize we're right over that. It's just so much going on, and the ship's going, and the music is really good, and you feel, and like as like the music builds, they're flying faster, they blow up some stuff, fly through some explosions, like it's really like it really gets you. Yeah, like I can believe it's really cool, and like I like how they're just going straight in. I wish a little bit they kind of had Anakin do more like flying stuff, like like more piloting combat stuff. Because
like talking to the clones more, like rallying the troops around him to like fly around and
like because we've heard about best star pilot in the galaxy. We've heard this since Alec Guinness, but like up until this point, like I know in the Phantom Menace that kind of is that, but not really for me. But like this, that was. It was the Force. Like, let's be honest. That was not no 9-year-old.
He had plot armor. Like that's the only reason.
Yeah, that was it. But anyway, like here, I really wanted to see like him, like, because that's something they really in the Clone Wars they make sure to like, all right, let's make sure Anakin's a boss when he's a pilot because he's the best. So like here, like there was this moment to be like, all right, let's totally outmaneuver these droids or like some crazy attack member. They kind of just let the clones get it, and the clones kind of get wrecked.
I also kind of wish
cool. Forget them.
When they got on Grievous's ship, they at least had a couple of clones with them, like help swing the ship with them.
Yeah, that would have been great. Yeah, kind of like Clone Wars mission, kind of.
Yeah.
Just have some Clone, and like, of course, by the end of it, they all get wrecked. But like,
just kind of starting out, just like there's Corridor, and a couple of droids, and like, just show just how good these clones are. Like, have like Cody, someone like maybe not Rex, but some other, clone with them, just like systematically destroying like entire platoon of droids while they go and get Dooku like that.
Yeah, that would have been really good. Yeah, and I like but then they get on the ship and like it's fine, but it's not like them getting to Count Dooku isn't super entertaining. It's kind of just interesting. It's a good amount of like their banter going, which is something that Episode 2 really lacked. Like
they tried, kind of just failed. They failed so hard.
They failed really bad, and like it never seemed like they got. It always seemed like they kind of hated it, like because Anakin just rips on Obi-Wan constantly the whole movie.
Yeah, whenever they're together, he's never like, yes, master. Okay, master. We'll do, master. That's all. That's the entire. Almost every single thing he says to Obi-Wan is just okay. Fine. Okay.
Yeah.
Which again builds on Vader's sassiness Episode 4, but
and then later when it's like it's all Obi-Wan's fault. I'm like, it's Obi-Wan's fault? You just murdered a whole tribe of sand people? He wasn't even around. Like,
okay.
Yeah, he's holding me back from being a psychopath. Like, I think the word you're looking for is thank you.
Yeah, their banter when they're flying, their banter when they're inside that elevator shaft. Like, trying to kill us? Like, no, sorry, master. Like, that's just
Yeah, they were like, it's like, oh, yeah, and like their banter just going around, and like, they get trapped, and they fight Dooku, and like, they actually kind of fight well together. At least this time, they don't like. And again, I know that was Anakin mostly just being lame, but like, I I like how that starts out. Like they're trying to say chance, but then Count Dooku just kind of shows up, does a totally unnecessary front flip for no reason, just to be cool.
Because, yeah.
And then,
and I love how Anakin is like, my powers have doubled since the last time we fought Count. Even though even in the original Clone Wars show, they had fought at least once in that show. So you're telling me that like so you're telling me that your powers have doubled since last Tuesday?
I saw you like last week, bro. Like, come on, man. Like, yeah, and I know that was kind of meant. I think they were just meaning it to be when they fought in episode 2, but I mean, maybe not. I don't know. Like, does it really matter? But it was a weird line. Count Dooku is sassy. I love it. And then Obi-Wan kind of gets set. Like, and I like here how like I think not as much of the time, but like looking back, you can kind of see that this fight was very much like I think Palpatine was like telling him how to do the fight. Make sure you separate him, get Obi-Wan, and then just kind of by Anakin praise into his anger. It was very much a scripted fight. It seemed like in the movie.
Even though Dooku didn't expect to die in the end, or at least he didn't expect his master to tell him to die.
Right. I mean, they never expect the betrayal. It's classic. The only bad thing about a bad guy is they never expect the guy behind them to shoot them in the back. Dark Knight or whatever. Like, it's a thing.
Yeah.
Like, I can totally trust these other bad guys. Like, they've never lied to anyone before. Yeah, totally. But But anyway, I think that's done really well. I think it's interesting. Like the stuff with General Grievous is kind of interesting, but they don't really do a lot. They kind of just wreck some droids, which is cool. But like, I feel like General Grievous didn't like. And I know they were saving his fighting for later, but I feel like he didn't like intervene much. He was just like,
I do find it so hilarious that because there is a single line of dialogue between Anakin and Grievous about the fact that they've never seen each other before, they jump through so many hoops during the Clone Wars series to make sure they never see each other.
Yeah.
Every single time.
I mean,
Anakin and Obi-Wan are on the same ship as Grievous. They're like, okay, you get the prisoners, I'll fight Grievous. Like, but if we both fight Grievous, maybe we win this time. You've already fought him 10 times. Can I get a try?
Well, this time we'll take them together, Matt. We'll take them together. Yeah. No, we don't need that. There's no fly here. Like, okay. Like, oh my god.
But then they made it seem like this was the first time Obi-Wan had faced him because he just wipes the floor with them.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe after fighting him so many times, he finally thought of something like, maybe if I used the Force once in battle, it would help. And then,
the way Grievous like made it seem, it was as if he hadn't already faced him before, because it was like, you fool, I've been trained in the Jedi arts by Count Dooku, as if you're telling me that. They had never clashed sabers before. No.
Let's just be honest. They didn't plan it out. Like it messed up. Like, but if in the Clone Wars they never fought anyone like with a lightsaber, that would just be boring. So like it's fine. Like,
I mean, clearly those Jedi arts didn't really keep because he just spun. This is how Jedi fight, right? You spin your arms around.
I was about to say, what Jedi did he train you? Like Dooku's like the most like elegant like single hand fighter.
More like a rapier.
I'm gonna spin it real fast.
I'll try spinning. That's a good trick.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
And it's kind of funny watching, again, this is 2005, so like CG was getting better, but it wasn't perfect yet. Watching the scene where Grievous like very dramatically like has his forearms up like holding lightsabers and then like kind of getting in a battle stance. During that shot, Ewan McGregor is just standing there, just like waiting for a cue. Because there's no body double for Grievous. Obi-Wan just stands there. He doesn't like look surprised by him growing forearms. He's just standing there. It's like, okay, this is happening. Okay, and then it cuts, and then like after Grievous fully goes into a stance, then it cuts back to Ewan McGregor like getting it like looking surprised getting into a stance.
Actually, like yeah.
But like it's just so awkward. There's like a good 5 seconds of Obi-Wan just standing. Like what's he supposed to be doing right now?
Like, you know, that's the thing. When you don't know what's going, like, I feel like if they had to like showed him like test footage, like, okay, this is what's happening, and
Yeah.
how would you respond? And be like, oh, like, go, you know, like, so his reaction's not terrible. It's just poorly timed. You know, it's
Yeah.
just like you don't like freak out after he starts it. Like, you freak out while it's going on, and like, you know,
But
but
then
yeah, and it's an interesting scene. But go ahead.
but then like they start fighting and then all the clones show up and taking all the droids around them and like it's just I guess like that just the way this movie is shot, it just looks and feels the way Star Wars of that era should feel, and it's essentially like if all three of the prequels looked like this, I think they would have been the acting still would have been great, but at least they would have looked visually stunning. But like this is just we got whatever.
Yeah, and like I know it's all CG and stuff like that because you got clones and droids fighting each other, but I literally like the like movements in there. There's the scene where like the droids are running in, like one droid like or one clone like jumps on a droid, like shoots it down from the inside, like stuff like that's like that stuff's like super cool. Like that's the kind of stuff that I wish we had seen more of in this movie because really we just see right before the war starts and like right at the end, like there's all that in the middle is just kind of. And I know there's the Clone Wars show, which arguably is better than the series or than the but again, that's a whole nother thing.
And like I don't love the fact that Chewbacca is on this planet, but the Wookiee planet, Kashyyyk, like the way they fight the droids, like swinging in, strapping that bomb on the one tank and jumping off of it explodes, like more like guerrilla warfare type stuff. That's just so cool.
Yeah, and like seeing that, and I like how the clones have like camouflage armor because that would make sense in that area. Everything's green, everything's cool, and like I just like how in depth they went with this, and like how many different worlds they go to, and some shorter than others, obviously, but it's just done really well, and like visually, it looks really good. A lot of the effects are nice, and like I don't know, like so where are we? Where's next?
Huh?
Go to the next thing. Do you want to just go to the? I don't know. We'll just keep talking.
Yeah,
like,
keep talking.
Are we going in order of the movie? No, like where are we going in?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No. Okay. So I don't know. I didn't know we were going in order or just layout, but no, it's just like I really like, and like I like the Emperor. I like like as the Senate or the Chancellor. I like how it's the Senate. We understand. I love the memes. I think that's one of the reasons I love this movie so much.
Yeah, that's one of the major reasons why the prequels rank so high for me.
But like no, I love how he's just, like he like so easily like manipulates Anakin, and again, Anakin like is kind of still like a man child in this, kind of, but like he uses it. He's like, remember what you told me about your mother and the Sand people, and he like knowing the Jedi don't trust him to be a master, insists, no, you should definitely be a Jedi master. You're the best one they have. All this stuff, knowing that's just gonna, it's like he's instigating to start a fight. He's sabotaging their relationship on purpose, and honestly, like. Again, obviously Darth Lord of the Sith, but he's not totally wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like his points are kind of.
The Jedi suck. They do. I wish they had expanded on that further, but they do.
They do, and like, I think that's interesting. And also, like, I think, again, episode 2, it makes no sense how Anakin and Padme get together at all. But by episode 3, you kind of just accept it, and it actually kind of makes more sense. The dialogue is so cringy at times. Yeah. But yeah, I like the dialogue's so cringy. It is. Like it's cringy. It makes no sense. But it's not creepy anymore. At least they're both cringy together. That's the main thing. But like
this movie has of all the prequels, it has the most scenes where I'm like, that almost worked. With just like a little more build up and a little more character development, it would have actually worked. Like the scene where Anakin is staring out the window and he's like contemplating if he should go to the Chancellor. Padme staring out the window, and like I guess Anakin is like kind of force talking to her or like force sending his feelings to her or something, and just like you get the sense that like they both like even though they're miles apart, they're still connected. Like I'm about to do this potentially horrible thing, but I still love you. Bye. Like that could have been so cool if it just I don't know.
Yeah.
There's something missing there that would have made that scene just
Yeah.
amazing. But it
So
was
much of it is just
yeah.
like slightly off, and you're just like, you want it to work so bad, but
Also, this movie, like the prequels are notorious for this, but this movie really drives home the fact that every single scene in this trilogy is people walking, stopping to talk, walking and talking, stopping and talk, walking and talk. Like every single time two people are talking, they're walking and then they stop for a bit. They walk and they stop for a bit. Or like anytime like when or even anytime anyone goes anywhere, they they are not in a hurry. Like when Anakin is running towards Palpatine's room, he like runs in and then like stops and like just walks the rest of the like he runs halfway and then walks the rest. I'm like, you're not gonna sprint in, like run. I'm here now.
or at least like jog, like
yeah.
kind of important stuff is going on. You want to at least put a little hustle in, like come on.
Like, and if they're not walking and talking or standing and talking, they're sitting and talking. And they get up and talk. They stare at a window and talk. They turn and talk. They sit and talk. Like it's just a lot of talking.
There's a lot of talking. It's just crazy, and like, and I know we touched on it, but the dialogue just kind of man, like some of these times you're just like, bro, like, come on, we can do
It's
like,
almost really
I
good, but it's just
yeah, it like, but it's like this could be so good. Like this could be
mm,
worded differently, or like these interactions, or like there's just these awkward pauses.
mm-hmm.
You're like, no one stops for 5 seconds in a conversation like that. That doesn't happen. Like, what is that? Like dramatic effect? That's not a come on.
And like this movie, someone realized, wait, like we kind of, had Anakin going down a dark path, but we didn't. There's not like a super strong. This is the breaking point catalyst. So we just gotta like shove all of it into this movie and just like hope
Yeah,
like the council hates him. They don't trust him for some reason. They don't make him a master. I feel like this war should have been over like already. Um, like if the Jedi had done more, we wouldn't be in this situation. But then like so all of that is right there. It's building up. But then it's like, oh, I need you to help me save my wife. So that's why I'm gonna turn evil. That's what it ended up being. Like, oh, okay. I feel like after like you felt remorseful for cutting off Mace Windu's hand, but then you're just like, oh yeah, okay, I'm over it. I'm evil now. Like
yeah.
you had it. It was like him. It would have been so much cooler for him to actually kill Mace Windu, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Like the Jedi are trying to kill me. The Jedi are evil. They're turning against the Republic. Like I've been, I haven't really trusted them for 10 plus years now. They haven't had my back for my entire Jedi training. This is the main guy who's been telling me I'm not good enough. Time to show him I am, and then stab him. Like that would have that
Yeah.
could have been so
Like
thematically interesting, but it just kind of wasn't.
like in the scene where like he's got Palpatine at saber point, I guess,
Mm.
and then like Anakin comes in, and he had to like try to like belittle him, be like, you don't understand, like like I wouldn't expect someone of your position to understand, or like you're just a kid, you don't like trying to push him out, and he'd be like, that would start bubbling, and then they kind of fight for a little bit, and then he overpowers it, or they
Mm.
fight for a while, and then Palpatine steps in and helps, and then Anakin delivers the final blow, or
Yeah,
like something like that. Like
because
I don't know, like yeah, something
yeah,
like
I haven't actually
or
thought about that until just
make
now.
it
But yeah,
yeah, like something to make his anger make more sense, other than just my wife is dying. I can say it. I'm like, well, why didn't you bring that up? Because I'm like, well, like one of these things is like I know you're not allowed to, and again, the Jedi are a stickler for their dumb rules. So yeah, you
Mm,
probably would be in trouble for like trying to save your life, but you could be like, I've been having, you could just like you could have brought it up different, like I'm having dreams that someone is in danger, like someone that you could just be like, oh, Donald's in danger again. It's like, oh, well, let's see what we can do to fix that. Or maybe not that. It's not a direct cause, because you
mm.
can't be like, oh yeah, she's having a baby, so wonder who the father is. About that. But like, I don't know. Like, I feel like the whole thing kind of just didn't really make a lot of like
Yeah,
his reason for becoming evil doesn't make enough sense
there
to me.
was a huge leap between like after Mace Windu died. It didn't really feel like there was enough there for him to instantly go kill children.
Yeah, like he goes evil kind of for no reason. He kind of goes evil because like, well, I can't play on. It's like, well, I probably can't be a Jedi anymore, so
That's real.
I'm gonna go the entire opposite of the
Yeah,
spectrum.
and like I said, the
Like that was
building
kind
blocks
of
were there. They just didn't all fit together in the way they should have.
right. It's kind of just echolastic. Well, we need him to be evil, so this is something that could moderately change
Hmm.
his beliefs, but we're just gonna make him totally the worst person on the galaxy now. Like
Yeah,
a bit of a stretch there,
yeah.
like a lot of it. But I will say, how he got there, no, doesn't make sense. But once he gets there,
You
he's
just gotta
pretty
forget about it.
intimidating.
Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of like he's just healed. I was like, all right, well, like especially you knew it was gonna happen,
Hmm.
so it's like like we were gonna get here, we might as well enjoy the ride.
Yeah.
And he is intimidating when he just like, especially when he just appears on Mustafar, and they're like, welcome, we've been expecting you a little bit. Doesn't say a word, just casually closes the doors. The music starts playing. You're like, well,
My new
here we
apprentice,
go.
Lord Vader, will take care of you. It's like, yes, yes, take care of them.
It's like, oh yes. I love that scene. He just
uh,
walks in. Welcome, Lord Vader. Just like, bruh. Like, so the music gets deep when the doors close. Like,
mm, yeah.
so good.
And like essentially the fight that Obi-Wan and Anakin have, though it's a lot of them fighting, which literally George Lucas admitted, I kind of cheated with this scene. It's just a lot of then they fight.
Yeah.
Which there's no talking, there's no like banter between them, there's no Obi-Wan trying to reason with him. It's just, oh, I guess you're evil now. Okay, let's fight.
Yeah.
But like the
Yeah.
way they fight is what I've been wanting from these lightsaber duels so far. Like the Maul versus them
Yes.
versus those two fight felt more like a dance. The Obi-Wan versus Dooku fight was just kind of bland. The Anakin Dooku fight was so close up you couldn't tell what was going on. And this fight, it just had that sense of that visceralness, not quite to the extent, but like it had that a very similar feeling to episode 5 and 6, which I really appreciated.
Yeah, and like I like how again, not like perfect or but I like how it's not just, a lightsaber dance. They're actually fighting. There's
Yeah.
punches, there's kicks, there's like
Yeah, the stunt
grabbing
doubles
each
literally
other.
had blisters from how hard they were hitting each other with the sticks. Like,
Yeah, exactly. Like it's actually like you feel this. And like, yeah, okay, there are, backflips just because and stuff like that. But like there
oh, that
are
one scene where they're
still
both like forcing each other and they look like send flying
yeah,
back.
that
That's
is
so
true.
cool.
Yeah, like and stuff like that. You've been wanting stuff like that for a long
Mm.
time, and like I think that's really great. But it's just weird because like a lot of it is kind of just like I don't like again like not a lot of talking because up to this point most lightsaber duels have had some like I know duel like not duel the face but the one with the like Darth Maul they don't talk
Yeah.
a lot but I think that was just like I just assume well Darth Maul doesn't really talk.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. But like with the Count Dooku, both the Count Dooku fights, there's been a good amount of talking, and like in the in the originals, they talk all the time. Like there was more talk. It was like an argument that was your point was made with a lightsaber hit.
Yeah.
Like, it was kind of it was
Again,
almost like a
that
discussion.
not to go back to the Last Jedi, but that's essentially why the Luke versus Kylo Ren fight didn't really matter. It didn't matter that they were not actually clashing sabers. It mattered that they were talking while like disguised as a fight. Like that's so
Yeah,
Star Wars.
yeah, and I think here, and I think that kind of really, because these are the two closest people, some of the two closest people in the galaxy, like best friends, brothers, practically raised them almost, like
Mm-hmm.
pretty much, as close as you can get. And yeah, I mean, they talked a good bit before, after he choked his wife for some
Yeah.
reason.
Mm-hmm.
He choked your pregnant wife.
Yep.
Like, dude, that is like you were like, I guess, like, I understand he's evil, but that was the whole reason you got in this mess. Like, he
Yeah.
wasn't even like, oh my god, what did I do? Like, he didn't like do it and then like freak out and realize that. He just kind of did like,
Mm-hmm.
well, she doesn't like, bruh.
Your
Like,
times are against
there's
me.
evil. Yeah, like there's evil and there's like, yeah, no, you're like, no, I'm like, come on,
Mm-hmm.
man. But like, yeah, like when they fight, there's not a lot. I was expecting a lot of talking, or like, oh yeah, I remember teaching you that move, or all
Yeah.
stuff like stuff like
Or like
that, or
Obi-Wan trying to like reason with him by saying all the great adventures they've been on and like reminding him all the good that the Republic has done for him. Like, we got you out of slavery. We it like we raised
yeah,
you as our own,
he's
like that type of
changed.
thing.
Yeah, he said, like we raised you as your own. We took you as slaves. It's like, what about my mother? And like
Yeah,
slams his
exactly.
lights there, and like, no, I'm like, oh shoot, and like, and stuff like that. And like, oh, wait, this. And Padme, it's like, and all this stuff. I was like, what about Padme? Ah, shut up! Ah, like freaks out and
Mm-hmm.
like gets stronger as the conversation
Yeah.
gets more intense, and like that. That's so
Yeah,
good.
that would have been cool.
Oh, God. I know. This is why they
Hmm.
need to redo them, man. I'm telling you, redo them with Clone Wars.
Yeah.
All
And
of
like
them.
you wouldn't even really
All of
need to change that much. Just have a better just have
them. Anakin.
Anakin just be not a better actor, but have him directed better. Yeah.
Yeah, written better.
But
Yeah, I
written and
think
directed
Hayden
better.
Christensen
Yeah.
would be fine, but just a better director and just write the character better.
Yeah, just kind of explain what's happening a lot better, like episode 1.
Yeah,
What is
yeah.
happening? Why?
Make
Why is why is the
make his
trade? Why is the Trade Federation? What is this?
what is the Trade Federation? We are the Federation of Trading. But what do
Why?
you do?
Are
we
you
do.
the only thing that trades in the galaxy? Are you like?
We whatever it takes to make money. But no, it's really good. It's iconic. Like I really, and like that. Like I can't tell you how many times as a kid I acted out that like last fight scene and all the stuff and like and it's just really good. And admittedly, yeah, I don't like a lot of like like I like Order 66 a little bit, but like
Mhm.
it's a little because at the time you don't really know any of the people. You're not super invested
Yeah.
in like you're not invested in Kitty Mundi or oh my, I just
Hmm?
what is the guy's name? Not Kid Fister. What is the Plo Koon? That's the guy.
Yeah,
Okay,
Plo
yeah.
Koon,
You're
Kennedy
not super
Mundi.
invested in them when they die.
Um,
Like yeah, Aya Sakura, like
mhm.
all the you're not super into them,
Yeah.
but like you're like oh Jedi are dying, but like there's not. And again, that's just how it is, But I feel like that if they had a like, I know it's powerful when they have this music, but I feel like if there had been more like build up to the shock, and also they didn't die in like 5 seconds.
I
Like
mean,
if there would have been scenes like I know they
yeah.
were kind of betrayed out of nowhere, but I feel like if there would have been scenes like wow, like Obi-Wan and like Yoda are coming back, there are like other Jedi just around the world like trying to hide out and stuff, and like
Mm.
lasting more than just hiding out, and then like they come on and then they walk into like a dead end, and then they just turn around, and there's clones everywhere. It's just like
Dang it.
then they just like yeah, it's
Yeah.
like block 2 or 3, and then you just get wrecked or like
Mm.
I don't know. I think they could have expanded on that a little bit more, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But that's just what it is. Or like while they're fighting droids, the droids and the clones just kind of wreck the shit.
Yeah, because that's kind of
like,
my like I really probably my favorite one is Kid Mundi's death, where like he does block a couple and then he gets shot in the head twice, both hearts.
yeah,
Um,
gets
uh,
wrecked.
but like he's telling like clones come on, and then runs forward, but then all the clones turn on him. The droids just stop firing.
Yeah, I'm like the droids wouldn't just chill. I mean, there's
Yeah,
got to be
like they
somebody like good.
they would have like did they just stop firing at the clones? Like did none of that just kind of awkward. Like just them stopped. Like they had no idea the clones were then enacting Order 66, and they still should have been fighting and got the clones who were distracting them. So
Right.
like, you know,
Like, yeah, keep blasting. Yeah, what's going on? I don't know. But keep shooting. Like, you know, like, or
yeah,
something like that. And, like, you know, and stuff like that. But, I mean, again, not a huge deal. And then,
mm,
like, again, Anakin, better than episode two, not as cringy, not as, the dialogue
yeah,
not as terrible, but again, still kind of rough. And, like, I, I wish that, like Jedi Council would like make, I don't know, just make more sense. I don't know. Like it annoys, like I know we thought it was, it just annoys me. Like they just don't, their roles are just kind of there
mm,
because, and then they doesn't, they're more harmful than helpful. It's like a good reason. They never explain, well, why can't we have attachment? Because attachment is not the way of a Jedi.
why not? Why is that?
Yeah, like,
Just
like no one ever
because.
was like, well, that's dumb. Like
Yeah,
it's natural to
I would
have
feel
attachment.
like in order to guarantee the future of the Jedi existence, you'd want to have babies with other Force users to have an even stronger Jedi child. Like that just kind of makes sense to me.
Yeah, but I mean, again, you don't want to harvest an army, but at the same time, like, I think it's just weird that you can't, like, it's natural for, like, I understand they're kind of going for, like, the monk vibe or whatever, like,
Mm,
but I mean, I feel like that should be expanded upon for a reason, not
yeah,
just, it's like, if, like, attachments limited a Jedi's power, or something like that, or like like it could explain it or something, which
yeah.
that would make a lot of sense. But I don't
Oh
know.
well, it's still the best of the prequels.
That's
It's not
at
my
this point. That's
favorite of the
just
prequels, but it's still the best of the
it
prequels.
is. It is. It is my favorite of the prequels for sure.
Yeah.
Like it's very. I like it a lot, and again, because when I think of the prequels, that's what I go for.
Mm. So my number
All
three
right.
is Episode Two: Attack of the Clones. So
Wow.
obviously, it's because of how bad it is. Like I know you don't have like the same appreciation for bad movies as I do,
Mhm.
but there's just something off about both episode one and two. And like it feels like every single decision in episode two, we talked about a lot of these, but all of them were like, okay, we'll do what makes sense, but like either not quite all the way or like we'll do this thing, but like we'll do what well I don't know. I can't really explain just the weirdness that this movie just exudes. Like it seemed like every single that's okay. Essentially every single decision every single character makes is just wrong and weird. Like no character is straightforward. No character says what they means. No character like is really a character. And like it just kind of feels like a lot of what they're doing is just they're doing it because the plot tells them to. Or like because we need to get to a space like we're doing this solely because we need to get to a spot so that episode 3 can happen. And it like I don't want to repeat myself too much from stuff I already mentioned when you talked about it, but like essentially everything that you were complaining about for episode 2 I love about this movie. I love everything Mace Windu says and does, even though it makes no sense. I love the way like Obi-Wan is just the worst Jedi in this movie. I love all of Anakin's angst. I
Oh my
love
god.
it annoys me to bits, but I love the dumb use of Duel of Fates when he's on the speeder on his way to kill the Sand People.
Yeah.
It sucks, but I love it. Like that was just the weirdest decision, but they made it anyway. Like that doesn't go there, but because it's this
No.
movie, it works for some reason.
It fits the trope of just
Yeah,
being bad.
yeah. And like just watching the climax, like watching. just all the bad green screen when Padme and Anakin are uh on that one chariot, and like the green screen is so awful, and you can just tell Hayden Christian is just kind of waving his saber around, hoping that they'll CG in a blaster to bounce off, and like looking in the background and seeing all the different Jedi fighting droids, just like swiping at nothing and hoping they'll put a droid in front of them. Sometimes they don't even put a droid in front of them. Sometimes they just like
Mm-hmm.
swipe and droids kind of nearby fall over. Or like almost everything said during the chase against Dooku was like aim right above the fuel cells. Like obviously you want to, that's obviously the weak spot. Why do you need to tell the clones that they've been trained for this? Good call, my young Padawan. It's like yeah, like they would have done that anyway. Or like, or even if they didn't, what was that thing? Was it like a weird generator? Was it a ship? Like what? Why did you shoot that thing?
Yeah.
It wouldn't
And
seem to be
also
shooting at
like
you.
yeah, and also wasn't that the most like Adam West vibe? Like, good job, Boy Wonder, kind of
Yeah.
like from I'm just like I'm like, what in the where's that been? Like, what is that? Like, is that just thrown in there just
Uh,
because? Oh,
and yeah, like everything with Dooku, literally everything about him makes no sense. Is just so
no,
ridiculous, and I love it. Him
he's
just
just
appearing out of
there.
nowhere an hour and a half in the movie. Him just like being this super powerful Dark Lord of the Sith for some reason. Like when did he become a Sith Lord? Like did he leave the Jedi Order immediately after Maul died and then immediately become evil? Because
There's
otherwise
no
everything that happened with the
timetable.
clones wouldn't make sense. Because or did he or was Sidious already like prospecting him before he like while he had Maul? Because otherwise erasing a Camino from the Jedi archives wouldn't make sense, because it would make it, because I'm pretty sure Dooku did that while he was still a Jedi, even though while he was still a Jedi,
Probably.
Maul was whatever. That makes no sense, but I love it. And the fact that
Oh,
every single clone is is CG, and like none of that movie is real, and like all of the alien designs look weird. Like also this in episode one are probably the movies I've quoted the most at well, episode one especially, but there are some episode two gems in there. And just the awkwardness between Anakin and Padme, like rolling around in
so
that field
awkward.
that some idiot intern had to go
So
crop out every single insect that was from every single frame. It only took him like 60 hours to do.
oh
I
my
feel so
god.
bad right now. And like they're they both they both agree, or like they Padme especially believes that they shouldn't be together. Yeah, she's not resisting at all. Like she is playing in to flirting with him. Like especially after the I don't like sand scene, she immediately goes in for a kiss. Like how did that turn you on? Like what? He
Oh,
gone
he
this
said
entire time
sand almost.
saying, like on the flight over there, he kind of mentioned it, and you're like, no, a Jedi and a Jedi. I thought a Jedi couldn't, it couldn't form relationships. And then that's the very next thing that happens. You go in for a kiss, like, no, this can't happen. And then rolling around in the field all romantically, and then you're wearing very revealing dresses, and I'm like, what are you? What message are you trying to send right now?
The most mixed of
uh,
signals.
like, I like if. Uh, episode two is one of those movies where like it is the quintessential so bad it's good movie. There hasn't been a single time I've been scrolling through like just mindlessly on my own like watching TV, and there isn't a single time if I've seen it on like FX or TNT whatever I won't watch at least most of it. Like and laugh the entire time. At literally every single scene has something wrong and bad and hilarious about it. But like it's not like episode 9 where it's just wrong and bad and makes no sense. This way, in this movie, it's there's just something magical about the way it's bad that like I can't even put into words as to why exactly it's okay, but like just everything surrounding the way this movie was made, just like the way every character interacts with each other, the way it's like, most of it's CG, so the actual human characters look out of place, and just like the dumb speeder chase, like it's bad, but it's just so enthrallingly bad. It's like, why is this happening? and just trying to like figure out exactly why Sidious would make the clone army in the first place, and like all the logistics of how that happened, and the way the like that diner scene of the guy of that guy being like, so are they friendly? Depends on how good your manners are and how big your pocketbook is. But then when everyone gets there, they're like friendly. There was no. What was the point of that scene?
I mean, maybe you could be like, oh, they paid them in advance, so maybe they're just friendly because. But like, yeah, no, you're right.
And the fact that originally in the script they was supposed to be Master Sai Diaz, but someone accidentally put a random F in there because D and F are right next to each other, so I get it. So they like Saif Diaz. They like, oh, I actually kind of like it better if it's a different, because like this was
yes, it is.
Sai. Yes, it is. Oh, they'll just make it a different character, Saifo Diaz. Like that.
Wait, really?
Yes, legitimately.
Wait.
Someone writing the script accidentally, and I can see it happening because Sai, Diaz, or like all of that is right next to each other. Like someone had to misclick twice to make that happen, but they did.
Yeah, because it's literally right here. You just have your hand over here. It's just, oh my god. But
Sai,
you don't see.
Faux deal, like it's. But because of that. George Lucas is like, oh yeah, we'll make up a new character.
Like, what? Made up a new Jedi. It was a real character now. Just
to make up a new character to then make it make even less sense. Because Saifo Diaz actually did it. And then they had to make a Clone Wars episode describing how Dooku manipulated him into doing it, even though it would have worked just as well just to have Dooku do it. It's like...
Oh my gosh. It's supposed to be Snap. Oh yeah, I'm a Jedi. Darth Sid. That makes so much more sense. He could just because he has the Force. You don't know if he's not a Jedi. Like you just assume, oh, he's a Jedi. He gets the money. He looks like a Jedi to me. He has a lightsaber. I mean, that makes way more sense.
So
why didn't they do that?
Like I said, there's something about this movie is off, and I love it.
So much is off.
Essentially every single thing people complain about it or people have problems with, or even things people like, I also like for a completely different reason than all of that. Like I adore this movie, like in a way that like my number one movie, episode 1 and 2, which I'll get to one in a second. 1 and 2 I arguably like on a very similar level of episode 5. But like the only reason they're not higher is because they're not better movies. Like I could not actually put them above episode 5, even though I feel legitimately I might actually technically enjoy them more. Episode 5 means more to me. Whatever, we'll get to that in a minute. Like, just especially watching this with my brother, it's just a grand experience, just reliving that.
Going through it.
What a break. So yeah, you're number 2.
Number 2. Okay, so I have Return of the Jedi at number 2.
Whoa.
It was pretty close.
Oh, okay.
What?
I thought that was your number 1.
What? It was originally, but after like listing everything I liked about 6 and 5, and like I ended up coming up with more things for 5, and I thought about it. And I didn't have time to watch them both, so I just watched 5. But I was like, this is a lot. So yeah, but anyway, like I really like Return of the Jedi because like we've talked about it already a bit, but I really like Luke Skywalker's character. He's not OP, but he's very good. You can see how much better he's gotten. He's got a lightsaber, he's got the outfit, he's got new training. They have the whole job of thing. Although I don't love everything about the Jabba's palace. I like how they escape, but like yeah, like a lot of it I don't really like, and like the whole like giant monster thing is kind of just like oh well that's interesting, but like not super entertaining. I do like they have the Zaborian Guard just because of Star Wars Battlefront, but those things are terrifying, man. Like, they can jump. I didn't know that.
Those are big fat pig creatures.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which and Star Wars Battlefront, they're like so like. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like and they're so like you have to put like it's like I remember in like the PlayStation 2 version, they're like I'm not even worried about the bad guys. I'm worried about running into them. Yeah. They just kill everybody.
And that's how I am on the on Geonosis. I never am worried about the droids. I'm worried about those stupid bugs flying around that can kill you and take points. Like why is this legal? Why is this okay? And killing them doesn't go towards the enemy counter, but like they can still take command points. Like that's cheating. Right? And whenever I'm on the separatist side, they don't do that for me.
But that's a whole different. I mean, that's a great game. That's a whole different thing. Oh, we got there. But anyway, I love how, although I think Luke Skywalker is a little overconfident that Darth Vader is going to turn back to the light.
Yeah.
Because honestly, he's done nothing at this point to see any good at him. He has blown up a planet, basically killed your friend, almost killed you, cut your arm off.
I mean,
gonna kill you. I mean, well, like.
Essentially, I think, like, again, thematically speaking, he was under the impression of, like, if you don't turn good, then there's no reason for me to be good. Like, if this doesn't end with... This ends either with both of us being good or both of us being bad. If both of us ends up being bad, then that's just how it is, but I personally believe that we can both be good. Like that... It was basically just hope. Which, again, thematically makes sense given the name of the first movie.
Which I respect. Yeah, and I respect it. Like I do. I think it's great. I think the whole throne room scene is just great. I love it. I love how the Emperor is just that dude. He's just like, see your friends. They will all die. Like, I think it'll be very operational when your friends are. He's just casually talking with Luke Skywalker, making him mad, messing with him, and you can see it. Like he's pissed, but he's like, no, it's not the Jedi. And then he says something else, and he's like, okay. He's like, okay, I can kill one guy. like the Jedi way will forgive me. Like I'll just. And like. And I remember, like, Darth Vader protects him. And, and personally, like, it's bad guy. But it's like, no, because I don't want you to become, which I'm not super, again, I know I'm like a Star Wars veteran, but I'm not super big on how killing the bad guy makes you become the bad guy.
Yeah,
but
if Rey had just called his bluff in Episode 9, the movie would have been over.
Right? Like, so like you think kind of in Episode 6, I'm kind of like, well, if you kill the Emperor, then you have nothing to fear, and I, the good guys win. But, Darth Vader, I don't want you to become what I became, kind of. But sure, because they get to fight. But it's a really good fight scene, and I like how, like, there's, like, hiding. Like, I know that's kind of weird, it's kind of not like in a cowardly way, but just kind of using it to his advantage. Like, because he knows Darth Vader's a better fighter than him. So he's using, he obviously is more maneuverable. Like, so he jumps up in that high thing, or like he uses surprise to kind of get on a trick. He's learned how to fight better. Especially as you look at like Episode 5, Darth Vader kind of uses surprise to his advantage. He kind of, Luke's just walking around, and then everybody's like, yeah, he's like, oh my god. Like,
that was a big metal man, that's stealthy.
Yeah, like, I was like, he's pretty, like, I know he's in all black, but dang, like, he's kind of just freaking out, like, so he's, obviously copied the black, and now he's like, I can do this too, like, and I really like, and again, like, you talked about the scene where he's like, you have a sister, he figures out, he's like, well, maybe she'll turn the dark side, and he's like, yeah. And the music changes, and the fight gets really, and again, like, not like fight scenes we've seen, not like the other fight scenes where it's like, obviously, hitting sort of like these are headshots. Like he's
Yeah.
going for blood. Like this is
He's
serious. And I
wailing
really
on
like
him. Like, he is
yeah, like
aiming to
he's going
kill.
to town, bro. Like he is going for that. And like that's awesome. You know, you can feel his emotion. The music's getting deeper. He's just going in and everything. And then he finally gets down to Vader. And then the Emperor's like, yes, this is what I wanted all along. Destroy him, and then you can be my new Darth Vader. And he's like, nah. And of course, throws his lightsaber for some reason, and then gets wrecked. But you know, he probably didn't know the Emperor could just casually do that because I mean, I didn't either.
I'm sure even like as they were writing that, it's like, we've already had Vader's choke people. What can the Emperor do to kind of up the ante? Shock him, like Force lightning. Why not?
With what? Like lightning from what? The Force.
His fingers, sure.
Like, gee.
Okay.
So that explains why he walks like this the whole
time. Always at the ready.
Always at the ready. He's got that quick release. Just. But yeah, I mean, I love that. I really like how I like Lando. He comes back in this one. I mean, again, Ewok's kind of weird. I think it's a little I like how parts of the C-3PO got it. I like how like Luke Skywalker uses the Force because I like when Jedi use the Force in not fighting situations too.
Yeah.
Just because it's like, practical uses of that stuff. It's not just, well, guess we're just stuck here in this prison with the key right there and no way to get to, they're not stupid. They're like, okay, let's do this. Like, they figure out ways to get out of stuff. But yeah, I really like the movie. Not as much of a space battle scene, but I mean it's because we got other stuff going on, and Ewoks are okay. It's not the worst, but yeah. And the good guys actually win, especially after getting wrecked in the last movie.
Yeah. Is that all?
Yeah, that's about it.
Okay.
Covered a lot of my other stuff earlier.
Right. So my number 2 is Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. So it was honestly really tough picking between Episode 1 or 2 for my number 2. I settled on a number 1 because Episode 1, if I'm not mistaken, was my first introduction to Star Wars.
Okay.
Yeah. Like, as a kid, I'm pretty sure like Easter of like 2004 probably, not even before that, we got that as like, usually we got like one movie for Easter for some reason, just that's what my parents did. So that year we got Episode 1 of The Phantom Menace on DVD. And again, as a kid, like I was in the right demographic to love that movie growing up. Like I said, it is baby's first Star Wars. It looks so flashy. The droids look like toys. Like the way they're acted, like the way every character is directed, like their dialogue isn't very deep. Like it was perfect for me in that moment to like as a great jumping off point for Star Wars. Now I love it for a completely different reason. Because even Episode 2 as a kid, I knew the middle of that movie sucked. After watching it the first time, I would only ever cut straight to when Mace Windu and like his theme, and he walks in and then holds Dooku at a lightsaber point. Like, I would only ever cut to that scene and then watch from there. Like, whereas for this movie, as a kid, I would watch pretty much the entire thing. I might skip a couple of scenes in there and like skip, when they get Tatooine and skip straight to the pod race, and then skip to when he fights Maul the first time, and then skip to the climax. But I still watch at least a pretty good chunk of the movie. But now, just it's one of those movies that if you think about just how this world is made, just how the Senate is set up, just what the Trade Federation is and does, just how the Emperor's plan actually works somehow. Some kind of bug. Or like, hang on, didn't get it.
Yeah.
got it. How um just like just if you really just listen to the words that come out of Qui-Gon's mouth, almost all of them are just the wrong thing to say in a situation. Like when when Obi-Wan says, "I have a bad feeling about this," because of course the very first thing a Jedi in these movies have to say is the Jedi thing to say, because whatever. Like, hey, look, he said a Star Wars thing. Because you had got to get that out of the way right at the beginning of the
Nope.
movie.
It's like we're in the right movie, as
Yeah.
if the opening crawl and blasting music didn't already give it
Like,
away.
I have a bad feeling about this. Qui Gon immediately says, "I don't sense anything." Like, dude, you're
Thanks for the support,
like,
Dad.
yeah. Like I sense like the future looks shrouded, and Qui Gon's like, "Don't worry about the future, just worry about the here and now." I'm like, but if something bad's
No.
about to happen, it would be kind of cool to know about it.
Yeah, I mean, not great advice.
Mm-hmm. Or like the fact that this is the movie that was supposed to, start the journey of Anakin and Obi-Wan. Like this is supposed to be their first adventure. Yet you have you have they land on Tatooine, which I've gotten over the fact that he lives on Tatooine, whatever. It's fine. They land on Tatooine, and Qui Gon's like, "Okay, Obi-Wan, you stay with the ship. I'll go into town." Like, but but they don't. But I thought Obi-Wan and Anakin are supposed to. It's it's their adventure, or is it? Okay. You don't even have him present when they first meet him. The first time they meet is like, "Hi, I'm Anakin. I'm Obi-Wan Kenobi." Scene over. They don't talk again for the rest of the movie. It's like, okay.
Perfect.
Like he's only the only reason Obi-Wan is training Anakin is because Qui-Gon told him to. But I'm like, that's not a
Yeah.
good foundation for a relationship. Or like,
Nighttime witch, I'm kind of stuck with you.
and that's the case for every single named character in the original trilogy that shows up in this one. Like, when R2D2, because he has plot armor, just so happens to be the surviving astro droid. Like, what is the unit number on this droid? And then the one black guy in this movie goes over and was like, "R2D2, Your Majesty." It's like, wow, way to really lay it in there.
Yeah.
Like, we know. Like, again, that's just proves to me this is baby's first Star Wars. Like, you have to assume your kid might have like a cursory knowledge of what Star Wars, like he might know names here and there. So every single time a named character shows up, you have to like shout it to the world. This is R2D2. This is Anakin Skywalker. This is the moment Anakin and Obi-Wan met for the first time. Like, just
Make sure they know.
and yeah, everything with Jar Jar is just so bad and weird. I love it now. Like, it just like I am never going to say that these movies are good movies. I could maybe hear an argument for episode 3, but still structurally speaking, it's still not the best, but like it's still a better movie than these other two. So I'm never going to concede that these are good movies. But I love them so much. There's just something about them. Like maybe if I hadn't grown up with them, I wouldn't like them as much, but like
Probably.
with the lens of these are so bad they're good, and like and I don't even really care at this point that they had so much potential. I just love them for what they are. I just appreciate them so much for being like just some of the most enjoyable movies I've ever seen because of how bad they are and just how weird they are. And also not to mention like all the weird just racist icons in this movie. Like all of the the entire Trade Federation is full of weird Asian stereotypes for some reason. Watto is a weird Jewish stereotype, which he becomes even more Jewy in episode 2. It's like, why did you give him that weird beard and the hat? That's so bad. You didn't need to do that.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, like I.
The more you bring it up, the kind of more messed up in it.
Yeah.
Like no one said anything, but like,
And again, just how pathetic all the droids are. You just push them over and they die. Like, why? Who makes these?
the Trade Federation.
I don't know. Just like I said, every single decision made in both episode 1 and 2 feels like simultaneously the worst and best decision they could have possibly made to make these movies just the most enjoyable and just weirdest movies I've ever seen. So yeah, it was definitely, if I was introduced to Star Wars with episode 4, I still would probably be a fan, but I probably wouldn't be a fan in the way I am now, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good.
It makes sense to me.
Yeah, I get it enough.
Yeah. So yeah. Time for number 1.
Empire.
Empire. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll go together.
It's just the best sequel ever made. Period.
Yeah. Some people would say Terminator, but like no.
Terminator 2 is very good, but it's not the best sequel ever made.
Yeah, that's great, but it's not. Yeah.
Even if you like Empire and Terminator 2 on the same level, Empire is a better sequel. I've watched Terminator 1 and 2 pretty recently. They're pretty good, but like as far as like what builds on the original foundation better. Yeah. Empire is literally perfect in that way.
It builds on every character.
Mm-hmm.
It adds in other characters that are very important, not only to that movie, but in future movies.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't really waste any time. There's not really a lot of slow part. Yeah, I'm not saying movies are really good. Like, there's not a lot of slow parts.
The slowest parts are when the Millennium Falcon is inside that one asteroid. But even then, like, the banter between 3PO and Han and Leia, like, it just kind of, it is not action, but like just the way they talk to each other, just kind of the way the situation plays out, plus it cutting between that and Luke's adventure on Dagobah, it just feels meaningful enough, and it feels engaging enough for you to not really realize that nothing's really happening, but like, because character development's happening, you're like, oh yeah, this is good.
Yeah, it's enough to keep the ball rolling too.
Yeah. And obviously, like, it does open with like probably 10-15 minutes of Luke being around in the on Hoth, just kind of out there in the snow.
Yeah.
But even then, like, he gets hit by a abominable snowman pretty early on. So, and then cuts his arm off. So like, at least something happens. But then, like, not 5 minutes later, the entire war happens. Like, the Battle of Hoth is like the best fight scene in all Star Wars. Like, it just
super recognizable, very iconic, and like it's like they even talk about it in like the MCU. Like, it's everyone knows Empire. Like, you can be like, guys, anytime there's something tall, any movie ever, there's something tall. They just tie stuff around. It's like, let's do Empire, guys. Let's do Empire.
It really feels like, again, not that episode 4 is bad, but it definitely has some things it could have improved on. This movie really feels like they took that movie, they took A New Hope and was like, okay, this is a fantastic foundation. Let's look at the flaws of it and just really, fix those and crank them up to 11. So it started off with a little battle, but that was it. And then after that, it was just 40 minutes of nothing. let's start with a little bit of nothing and then 20 minutes of a lot of something.
Mm.
And then like from there on, like from the Battle of Hoth on, which is just fantastic. From there on, like it's almost entirely, the Millennium Falcon being chased throughout space, either by Star Destroyers or like or Tie Fighters, or them moving in and out of asteroid fields. Like Luke's over training with Yoda, and like I just love, like, even when they do get to Cloud City, there you there's just some. I know I've obviously we've seen this movie hundreds of times probably, but like even the first time you watch it, you kind of get the sense like yes they're on Cloud City, but something doesn't feel right about this. You feel like something's big's
Hmm.
gonna happen.
Yeah, and like it's crazy because like you just met Lando, but
Mm,
like because Honda's on like you don't trust him as the watcher. You're like, nah, something's gonna be up. Like he's super charming. You
yeah.
really want to like him, but like, no, something's off. And then you think it's gonna be like, oh, he stole our shit, but literally it just opens to dinner, and then Darth Vader's just sitting there, and you're just like, oh,
Oh,
like,
oh, that is such a good moment.
mm-hmm.
Like,
Like you
because
don't
Lando was
expect it
talking
at
about like, oh yeah,
all.
the Empire doesn't know we're here, but we just made a partnership that'll keep us protected, and then Vader just is there. Like, that
Just
pacing of
open it,
that scene
and
is
it's
perfect.
yeah, and like I think I saw somewhere like Harrison Ford like didn't even know that like
Mm,
that was actually happening. He just kind of just like, well, no, what
yeah.
normally someone would just shoot somebody in that situation,
Uh-huh.
so I'm gonna do that. And then Darth Vader just kind of nah.
Is his
Hmm,
like hand bulletproof? Is he force blocking it? I don't care. It's cool. Just nope. Give me
sure,
your laser.
it doesn't even
And then
matter.
Boba
Like
Fett
it's
just walks out.
plot
It's like,
movie.
yeah, I'm here too. What up?
Yeah, oh, if it's like yeah, like oh my god, like
Mm,
so like just it's so subtle. There's no really giveaway. Like unless you're like really thinking about the conversation, there's no giveaways. There's no like musical build up. It's just open the door, just oh
yeah.
my god, like
Mm,
double take, like
like like I said, Vader was more so just like the enforcer, like the berserker of the of the Empire. But in this movie, they really turned him into that dude. Like if you
yes.
messed up even a little bit, he will kill you. And then while
Very
he's
much.
choking another guy, he's like, while he's choking the current admiral, he's talking to the new, like, like you will not disappoint me, right, Admiral Pierre? It's like he's not dead yet,
Yeah,
but I guess I'm the new admiral. Okay.
it's like, all right, I'll just take this promotion and hopefully never be in this situation. Or like,
You
I
failed
think
me
this
for
is
the
an
last
empire. Or it's
time.
like, I think this is an empire where it's like, yeah, we lost the ship, the tracking beam. It's like, all right, what is that? What movie is that? Where he's like,
Hmm?
or is that Rogue One or something? Like one of these movies where it's like, yeah, we caught the wrong. He's like, we got the wrong thing, and the tracker is like, oh, that's unfortunate. It's like, but you did that. It's like, yeah, but Lord Vader won't know that or something like that. Like,
I
what movie is that?
think.
Is that Rogue One?
Um, I don't remember that in Rogue One. I
Hold
don't
on, I need to
remember.
see. Now this is gonna pop.
I
This is
kind of
gonna
remember what
pop.
you're talking about, but I can't place it. Yeah.
Figure that out because I it's from something, and I just remember that, and I was like,
Hmm.
bro, that's so dirty. Because they know it's like whoever messes up is gonna
Yeah,
get killed.
I imagine. I mean, being
Boy.
from episode 5 would make sense because he choked at least 3 people in that movie.
Yes, like
like,
people were getting
like that.
like
The first guy's like, we've like Lord Vader. We've just jumped out of hyperspace, and we like because they jumped
yeah,
out just slightly too close for the Republic to find them. He's like, "You failed me for the last time." Like,
just
yes, from off, like
bro.
not even holding up his hand. He's just like looking at him. You're dead. Like, it's so cool. I don't even remember why he choked the second guy. because
I
because
probably.
Because that one scene where he's just like, it just cuts to a guy falling on the ground and Vader walking away. It's like, what happened there?
I think that's actually from Star. That might be from Star Wars Rebels. I'm thinking. Of.
Okay.
I think I'm not sure. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Rebels. Okay.
Yeah, it's Star
Yeah,
Wars.
I haven't
Rebels.
seen Rebels.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen that episode because Darth Vader was in it.
Right.
But anyway,
Mm,
point aside.
yeah.
But no, awesome.
Actually gotta think about. I think it was the scene where, um, the Millennium Falcon, like, maneuver through the asteroid field and hid in one of them, so the Empire couldn't get them. I think then like it immediately cut, or like the next time it cut to the Empire, the one guy that fell on the ground is like, okay, he couldn't get the Millennium Falcon, so I'm gonna hire all you bounty hunters to get it for me. Really, I can't trust anyone on my side, so I'm gonna hire you for it.
Yeah.
No disintegration. Like, fine.
Weird
thing, but okay.
Like the guy in the back just.
Yeah.
I was really counting on that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, just casually. It's such a good movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
And then, of course, the Vader versus Luke fight is just so epic. Just like using the environment to your like Luke, hitting him in the face with that cold blast, like Vader trying to carbonize, like all too easy. Like that's so cool.
Yeah.
Vader like actually throwing stuff at Luke, which you don't really get a lot of in Star Wars.
Yeah, it makes sense that Luke's not really good at hitting stuff yet, because he's been training, but he hasn't really finished.
Yeah.
And he brushed off, hasn't been. You can tell he's like rusty. You look at him, he's like, disorient, trying to fight the wild saber style, and Darth Vader's just kind of casually just, nope, eat that, no, do like it's very the difference in them is like really noted. It's really good to see.
Yeah, just seeing just the confidence in Vader, just being like, I don't even really know if Vader's trying to kill him. He's just he's just fighting him just to like try to subdue him, and it's just the confidence and just the way he fights them, and just kind of just bats him around, just like throws him through that glass door onto that balcony. Is just like Luke may just get one hit in, but like that's. Like, oh, you got one, okay. He just goes ham on
him. Oh my god, it's so good. And just like, he's going out there and he's, going all the way to the end. And he's like, bro, like, it's like scared. You can feel like you can feel it. It's just like you don't know what to do. Like he thinks he's gonna kill him, and he's like, hey man, like, yeah, you can join me. He's like, bro, no, like. No, you're evil though, but like, damn.
Join me. It's bring your son to work day tomorrow. I saw this one post because Luke like jumps off and fell stories and somehow didn't die, like just, and then Vader's like looks down and like you can't see, but you can just kind of feel the like disappointment in his face. You're just like, really? Like, just the idea. I saw one post where it was like, that is totally a Skywalker thing to do. Like, in that moment, you can see Vader being like, yeah, I would have done the same thing. I get it. Like, that is so reckless. Yeah, I would have done that.
Yeah, like, I've probably done that at some point, so I'm not mad, but man. But hindsight,
we didn't die. Like, I didn't die, but like
but I'm the chosen one. I don't die. That's why I'm like, I don't know if he's chosen one or not. But,
yeah, like this movie, without this movie being just as good as it is, I would definitely, similar to episode 1. I don't think I would definitely still be a fan of the Star Wars movies. I don't think I would be a fan of of what Star Wars represents, what exactly makes Star Wars special. I wouldn't be as a fan of the characters, like just the believability of Han and Leia's relationship, unlike how they did it with Padme and Anakin, like this actually felt real. Even
Yes.
from the very beginning, they were bickering, but Han, being the smooth talker he is, and Leia being in a confined space with him for so long, just kind of realizing I hate this guy, but like
Yeah. But I hate him in a like him kind of way.
yeah.
Yeah, and and like that, and that's a natural thing that actually does happen, because coworkers all the time like, oh, I hate this or whatever, and then it's like, well, they're not so bad, and then get together. So
Yeah. But yeah, this movie is just so special to me, and not only is it have the most iconic line from Star Wars period, it's just every single second of this movie is just better than every other Star Wars movie. It's just that good.
yeah,
There's no Star Wars movie before or since has done everything the Empire did. As it didn't do as good a job as the Empire did on everything. It's just character development, the action sequences, the thematic pacing, just theming in general, just the just how well they did the villain, referencing having that one video call with Sidious, but not making a big part of the movie. That's just again realizing that Vader is the big bad, but there is something else out there that's just such good storytelling. It's just the perfect sequel.
yeah, and it's real. Yeah, and I love how and kind of I know at the time I got criticized, but the good guys get wrecked in this movie. I mean, Luke loses badly, gets destroyed in a duel, loses a hand and his lightsaber.
Yeah,
is barely survives at all. Han is frozen and potentially dead.
Yeah.
We've been betrayed by Lando. We've got the rebels are who knows where.
C-3PO's in pieces.
Yeah, C-3PO's in pieces. We've got issues.
Yeah. And also, I loved how a lot of just the lore of Star Wars didn't exist before this movie. Something as simple as moving something with the Force didn't exist before this movie. Luke moving the lightsaber with the Force was the first time that happened, and you watch episode 4, oh yeah, that did wow, that's just crazy to think about.
Really?
Yeah.
I never thought about that.
It can be kind of implied that Obi-Wan maybe moves something to distract those clone troopers when he's just using the reactor, but he didn't physically pull something to him. So
yeah, it's not blatantly seen, and you can imply since Darth Vader can choke people, he can touch stuff, but maybe that's just evil people.
Yeah, Force ghosts weren't a thing. Visions of the future weren't a thing.
It's just also and also you hadn't really seen a lightsaber cut into a when it hit Obi-Wan, he kind of just disintegrated. Which I'm still not super sure on how that happened, but
I mean, you showed that one guy in Mos Eisley's arm got cut off.
Oh yeah, that's true. Never mind. That is true. I forget about that.
Yeah, it continued that trope of cutting people's arms off.
Yeah, because that's just never gonna go away.
Yeah.
And then but I mean it's.
Yeah, that movie definitely cemented in my mind Vader is the best villain of all time. Period.
Yeah, just how he shows up, how intimidating he is, just the look, everything about him is just that dude.
Yeah, also his costume is just even better in this movie.
Yeah.
Subtle changes, but it just looks just better on him.
Better, yeah. It's just updated a little bit. The small changes, but again, still super intimidating. He gets the jump. It's very scary. And also, he's just eviler, if that makes sense. He does more messed up stuff. He doesn't, he tortures people. He did torture in the last movie, but you kind of more see it, and he did blow up a planet. But I mean, again,
I get what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah. It's he doesn't want he blew up a planet. We were an investigation.
Tarkin blew it up. He was just there,
Exactly. He just did not stop it. And kind of made someone watch, but it's fine. Oh my
Yeah,
gosh,
it's
watching.
fine.
Can you imagine someone watching you watch the planet blow up? Like,
Yep.
good gracious.
Especially when that person your daughter, even
That's
though you don't know but she's your daughter at the time.
I know, but like still details.
Yeah.
Oh, so scary. Also, why can't he sense that
I don't know. Maybe he's
until
just
it's
not
revealed
looking.
to
I
him?
don't know.
Yeah, I guess I don't know, cause like until like, cause like Luke, he's kind of like, well, he's a Skywalker, so I guess we're related. But Leia is like, oh, no chance. But like,
Hmm.
bam, twins.
So, is there anything else about any of these Star Wars movies you want to talk about?
I I like no, I don't. I like almost all of them. But I
There's a
feel like
very,
most
I'll
of
say
them.
this, there's a very distinct gap between my number 9 and 10. Even then, there's a minor gap between 8 and 9, but there's a drastic gap between, between 9 and 10. Like, anyone who tries to
Yeah.
say that Rise of Skywalker is the best Star Wars movie, you're kidding yourself. Because they're, like,
Why?
because, whatever.
How?
I can understand to an extent you
How?
liking it better than The Last Jedi. I don't agree with you, but whatever. But saying it's the best, I don't think anyone actually has. But like, if you did say that, I wouldn't
You
believe
would be
you.
wrong. Like we have a problem.
Yeah.
Another an issue for another time.
Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm honestly very like
Unbelievable.
because for the longest time we've been talking and you like I thought it was cemented that you liked Return of the Jedi more.
Well, see, that's the thing. Like I do, but I think I just like when sitting down and like because this like it was literally those were one and two for the long like I knew
Mm-hmm.
it was gonna come down to it like it was understood but like sitting down with it and also I didn't rewatch Jedi but I rewatched Empire this
Mm-hmm.
week so maybe that was part of it but I think I just kind of like because the moments I really remember from Return of the Jedi like the the throne room scene like that is like probably my favorite one of my favorite scenes in all of Star Wars.
Yeah.
But like thinking about Empire and just how it's like super like if I was gonna show anybody a Star Wars movie, I'd probably show them that one because it a lot of the things that are cemented in Star Wars that everyone knows happen in
Mm-hmm.
that movie.
Yeah.
Everybody knows Darth Vader's the bad guy, and Darth Vader is so bad in this movie. Everybody
Yeah.
it shows enough of Yoda. It shows Luke Skywalker doing stuff, Han Solo and Leia, and like it just has I guess it has the most going on with things established and does it well. I guess it's
Mm-hmm.
the most complete Star Wars movie in
Yeah.
my opinion, and probably
I
most
agree.
people's opinion. But
It's
yeah, I don't know. But maybe it'll change tomorrow. We'll see.
fine. All I know is
Maybe
that
I'll watch it.
all I know is that
Good.
Rise of Skywalker will never be in the top
No,
never be in the
no,
top 9. Never.
no. People don't think so now, but I think in 5 to 10 years, people are gonna think the Last Jedi is a lie. Is the best movie of that trilogy by a good margin.
Yeah,
But
because people
we'll
thought the
give it
same thing
time.
about Empire, and it's the best one.
Exactly. Give it a minute, but I think people when they realize they see it like as its own thing, I think they're gonna like it a lot more. So
Yeah. So yeah, and with that, may the force be with you.
always.